Alright, everybody, we are back again with the game of the year. I wouldn't say game of the year, but best game, good game, great game, and also the game that makes my brain hurt when I try to read things. But it's chill. I don't know where we left off actually. I don't know actually where we left off. We left off at oh yeah, alright, yeah. So there's a storm in this place where it shouldn't be, but it is. Then the two I think it was 37, right? And then the protagonist went to the place to appease some god or something. I don't know. But we're gonna continue, and also I was going to play the finals, but honestly I didn't feel like hating myself today because there is new update. They added a new game mode. They added something along the lines of more chaos. My favorite. Honestly, when I see like they've added a new game mode, I'm like, oh boy, here we go again with more CLs and more grenade launchers, because for some reason they just love doing those. Even though 50% of the people hate those guns being spammed, but it's whatever. Anyways, yeah, let's continue. Maze of the Minotaur. Have you found the thread? Maze of the Minotaur.
Any news from Zeno?
They are moving as planned. The deployment will be complete within 2 hours. What about Arcana?
Same old, standing still on the rock as if she's a part of it. Soaking up the salt in the wind, I guess.
Zeneto fiddles with the communication device, making sure Livia's voice is loud and clear. Now regulars can hear their exchange with perfect clarity.
She's found herself a good spot, overlooking all of us from up there. The center of the island where the number people are heading, the entrance to the cave where Vertin and 37 are going, and the beaches in the storm. Nothing escapes her sight.
Impressive! Maybe she's planning her escape.
Is she also going to swim? Huh. It seems like we're in for a swimming competition. Speaking of which, it would be nice if those tortoise slowpokes could swim a little faster.
She hangs up and resumes surveillances of her target. The next 2 hours are critical. The islanders are busy with the clearing ceremony, while the outsiders are preparing for their departure.
Look, Zeneto, I understand your plan now. But I still can't shake off a bad feeling about all this.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Regulus. We have gone over this many times. The margin of error should be below 0.00025%. I'm confident that it will work.
I know. Spare me with the numbers. I know I can rely on you.
She waves her hand quickly, as if swinging away the numbers like flies.
I'm still worried about Vertin. Will she make it back in 2 hours?
Yes.
If she doesn't come back in time, who's going to take charge and guide us? We'll have to steer our own course, won't we?
Yes.
Zeneto nods.
Laplace is gathering every piece of information they can find on the storm. The discovery of the asymmetrical nuclide R was already a remarkable breakthrough. It would help the immunity research a lot if the Timekeeper could find something useful in that cave.
Pirate is not satisfied with the answer. Eventually, she has a strong opinion on the matter.
I don't think she's going to have a lovely time there, judging by what happened to me last time.
What did happen? Don't remember. Having spent the largest time there, she's indubitably the most qualified to comment on the subject.
Is it just me, or do you also find this a bit fishy? The dangers aside, using an answer as a reward?
Yes.
What? Is this deity some sort of answering machine?
Yes.
In fact, Apeiron is a philosophical concept introduced by the ancient Greek philosopher Anaximander, which means the origin of everything. It is the physical manifestation of the boundless, the indeterminate, and the infinite. Everything arises from it and returns to it. But it appears to serve a more practical purpose for the believers on this island.
Miss Marta told me about this. There are limits to the knowledge one can acquire, even when using numbers, which are considered closest to the essence. But Apeiron is a boundless, limitless existence. If we wish to seek knowledge beyond our own limitations, we must turn to it for help.
She faithfully recalls what she learned from the teachings of Apeiron. Apple adjusts his bow tie gracefully for her collaboration.
To the best of this Apple's recollection, the more ancient, abstract, and intangible an entity is, the more likely it possesses arcane powers beyond our fathom. By communing with the supreme existences through sympathetic magic, worshippers could gain the guidance of their transcendental gnosis. They would, of course, exact a price from the worshippers as well.
Price?
But just hearing the word makes her heart sink.
Could you be more specific on that, Mr. Apple? What's the price? Lives or
Sacrifice.
something else?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the first thing that
Martin, jump over here!
vacuum gang, or not the gang, two.
Very good. Now you are on number 1. And you should jump to 7. This is a 4x4 magic square. You just need to make sure every 4 steps you take adds up to 34.
Following winds fills the air. The unstable footing is only a solid thing they can rely on. The path into the cave is completely different than before. The trespassing stairs are gone, as are the swirling golden lines in the air. Now only cold rock walls surround them. The numbered bricks lie beneath their feet. It's a game of hopscotch, unlike any other.
I don't understand, 37. This place was different the last time we were here.
It has changed because the test has begun. The path to new knowledge is always harder than verifying a known result.
Yes.
Don't worry. This is like a labyrinth with a minotaur. There is always a way to the center.
Aww.
But weren't those labyrinth walkers offerings to the Minotaur?
Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to care or be concerned at all.
Now we're going to solve the magic square. Vertin, the next number is 10.
World around them, space is revealed. As the magic square is solved, the maze shifts once more.
Oh no! It turned into a magic circle. We have to calculate again. This one's easy. The sum of the numbers on each circle should be equal to the sum of the numbers on its diameter plus the number in the middle.
And the adding.
It's just going from a square to a circle. It's not that difficult. You are now on 32. We need to find 17 or 21.
Completely absurd in solving the puzzle, she doesn't notice what's coming up behind her. A geometric figure with the number 21 hurtles towards her. For a moment, she thought she heard it crackle.
Careful, 37. The numbers are coming to life. We need to put them back in place.
I guess. Fighting numbers are my favorite. Yes, I love fighting math. Favorite thing to do.
Look at my back.
I gotta fight numbers, man. 3 times 7 equals 21.
What? Are you making fun of my name?
White shell, pencil-like forelimbs.
Ah! It deflected my arcane skill. Burton, it's no use attacking 21. Just focus on 9 and 33 instead. Start with the number that has the largest absolute value. 33.
Oh, so I have to go from greatest. Okay. So mass attacks are basically useless. Okay, gotcha. Love this. Okay. Actually, let's just wait. Can I still attack the others? Just that I don't have to like.
Wanna watch the aerial stunt?
It could be found.
We'll find out.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I can. All right. I just can't kill the smaller.
Haven't you
I
eaten?
think. Don't know, but we're gonna find out. Damn, it's already. We'll do this. That.
Even that,
Yes,
it could be found.
Don't blink.
Hope. Okay. Yeah.
And divide.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Then
Professional.
yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. We're fine. And 30. No. Wait, killed 9. Wait, what? I'm so. Did I already screw it up? I don't know if I did something correct, but we're just gonna go for the largest. We're just.
Wanna watch the aerial
Yeah.
stunt?
It could be found. Are you irrational numbers?
Uh-oh.
Intersect and divide.
Well, there's not actually. Because I can.
Fine.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, easiest level in my life.
Red 30.
No, we almost died. The ground causes to shake, and everything comes to a standstill once again. The number have returned to their original positions. 37 breezes past them with a careful smile, making beeline for the exit.
Like I said, it's not that big of a deal.
Ah. She stops. Before the gate stands a familiar figure.
I thought the next question would be the Ford Circle, the Monster Group, or Hilbert's Infinite Grand Hotel. I never thought it would be 6. Hello, 6. Are you the real thing?
Shit.
Yes, I'm the real 6.
I wouldn't be so sure. When it comes to the essence, we are all shadows cast on a wall by a flickering fire. How do you know you're the real 6?
That was too much to take in. Even 37 couldn't help but step back.
Did you just smile? Now I very much doubt that you're real.
True. He never smiles.
I didn't. And I am the true 6.
Whoa, he's playing mind games.
This gate has always been guarded by a 6.
The leader revents back to a blank explanation. Blank expression. 37 doesn't seem too thrilled to see her friend here.
I have a bad feeling about this. I think the question we're about to answer will be very simple. It's just a formality, isn't it? You'll ask a question and let us through. I've seen you do that on other tests before.
Formality is also important.
No.
No, only the essence is important. Only the forms are important.
6 shakes her head, showing no inclination to continue the debate.
This is a question about the essence and forms, 37. Please pay heed to it. As for Miss Vertin, we only expect you to lend a patient ear.
Very well.
37 looks at 6 with determination. The same look she had when she faced that challenge in the game of... What? She's confident that she can solve any problem that comes her way.
37. If your pursuit of truth were to lead to the destruction of your faith and beliefs, would you still keep going?
What?
She exclaims involuntarily.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah. Button. Alright. Oracle's attitude. I think that is. People don't disbelieve mexes. They just think they're the expression, or expression, exponent. Reading abilities are, down the drain real quick. I don't know, man. Big words make my brain go fried.
If my pursuit of truth will be the destruction of my beliefs...
Yes. She shakes her head rapidly, looking more perplexed than when she checked the Manus followers' math homework.
I came for the truth, and my faith is the truth. Why would the truth be destroyed by the truth? If it's because I did the calculation wrong, I'll go back and do it again. And next time, I will do better.
An answer without hesitation, causing the gatekeeper to pause for an extra moment of silence.
What if the essence of truth is there is no truth?
Isn't that also a form of the truth? Its non-existence is an answer in itself, is it not? You're speaking like 210. Are you really 6?
37 has clearly run out of patience with the sympathy. She stares at 6 in an audience, trying to detect any signs on his face that he might be playing a joke on her.
I should be more specific. You may see it as another allegory. A gate stands before you. Open it,
and you will find the truth you seek. But at the same time, the world as you know it will crumble. Will you still open it?
37 blinks. This time, her answer is even more clear and more resolute. Resolute? Or
Yes. If my world changes because the truth is revealed, doesn't that mean my previous understanding was wrong and should be corrected? If what's behind the gate is really the truth, why would I give up the truth for falsehood?
I see. You've passed. As a reward, I will bestow upon you this sacred ritual. It will bridge the gap between you and the Supreme Existence during communion.
a gilded scroll is presented. Hold on, let me reset that. A gilded scroll. A gilded scroll is presented to her. Oh my god. That was not difficult to say. But the winner only frowns her brows even harder.
Was that it? You didn't even ask a question that posed a real challenge. See, Vertin? I knew this was just a formality. Vertin?
No, 37. I think this question.
37.
6 interjects.
There are some words I'd like to share with you. Not as 6, but myself, who used to live under the name Atticus. We know the story of Socrates' life, how truth and politics are at odds with each other.
Oh my god.
Either be wise, uninvolved, and look on, or be practical, involved, and suffer. I hope you will remember your answer when the defining moment comes for you.
He leaves. The game has been a disappointment. 37 frowns in frustration, but she keeps a tight grip on the scroll. The gate in the corridor, the center of the circle, has swung open, but the path ahead is still shrouded in mist.
We should go, Vertin. There's a long way ahead. I hope the next question will be more fun.
I was like, where's the fight?
Dental checker.
Figured it out.
Yes! 73! A good number. It's the 8th twin prime, the 8th lucky prime, and the same combination as 37. But sadly, you're the 21st prime number, which makes you less than perfect. Vertin, let's start with
73. Because it has the largest absolute value.
Nice choice, Vertin. You are a quick learner.
Yeah, because greater is always the best. How it works. Let's go with actually this one first. Like that. I like this start. Alright.
Wonder what could be found.
A little trick.
Can't just.
Numbers.
I don't know. That should.
Oh.
Wait, that's a lot.
Nowhere is fine.
Given that.
I mean, I want to have as much heal
Right wing.
possible, but yeah. Am I to touch? And I will give 2.
That's troublesome.
Ow. Now he's 43. We can. Let's move this one up here and then.
The final perfect argument.
That's-
Welcome
okay.
to the world of numbers.
Yeah, but
Intersect
Oh.
and divide.
it's a lot, damn.
That's troublesome.
Like that. Don't like that though. Me, I don't want to. Let's use this first.
All the left. Come back to
I
me.
wanna. I don't like. What? Still sucks. Let's do
Wanna watch
this.
the aerial?
No worries.
And divide.
It's good, dude.
Right wing.
It's alright.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay. You could just do this one. Honestly.
It could be found.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
And divide.
Yeah,
Red 38.
I'm a genius.
Nothing I haven't expected so far. Just like what Mom told me. They're just games, like skipping rocks, katabos, and hopscotch.
Oh, that's
I've always been good at
Apples.
games. Look, there's the gate, Vertin. We're almost at the end.
37 claps her hand with satisfaction, having resolved yet another obstacle. But her compassion is much more persuasive.
What's the matter, Vertin? You've been quiet since we met 6, but you're number 0, not 6. You have no common factor with him.
No. I'm only thinking, what's the question you're going to ask? We've only got one chance.
The most important question of all, of course.
About the essence of the emanation, right?
It was not a hard guess. The islanders devote their lives to study the service of the essence. Nothing is more important than this question. The essence reveals the ultimate truth that underlies all experience. Anything else is just fragments of the parallel world or paranormal world. It might not directly solve the issue of the storm immunity, but knowing its nature will clearly help with that aspect. And it's the key to solving not just one problem, but many others.
Well, the essence of it is important. But one day, we will eventually come to understand it. Even if we leave it alone for now, it will still be there. Yes?
I think so.
She seems to have something else in mind.
I can't stop thinking about Regulus. Despite being so close to the answer, she turned back in the cave, determined to earn the answer rather than receive it on a silver platter. It's like covering your ears in front of the oracles at Delphi. How typical of an irrational number. But she was also right, wasn't she? None of the precepts forbids one from doing so.
Also, I'm surprised I know about the freaking Delphi, bro. I think it's because, if you don't know, I've completed all the Black Ops 4 Easter eggs. I've done Ancient Evil, bro. My brain is just like, oh yeah, the place is called Delphi. Yeah, the map you play in Ancient Evil is Delphi.
People like her
Shock.
may fall behind or get
Greek
distracted
mythology.
along the way,
Fun.
learning at a slower pace. But in the end, we will all converge. It doesn't matter if some arrive sooner than others.
So, are you going to ask something else?
This time, she nods.
Yes, I have come up with a better question. A question that will solve all our problems once and for all, and free everyone from the emanation. It's not
Boy.
as profound as my first question, but it's an equally good one.
I see. I will stop here then.
Huh?
She turns around, eyes wide with surprise.
Vertin, are you turning back like Regulus? But you're a zero. You're not an irrational.
No, I won't go far. I will wait for you here. This is your gate to open. It is your question, your answer. I will stay here and watch over you. If you encounter any danger in there, I will come to your aid at once.
But don't you also have a question to ask Aperon? Aren't your doubts unresolved?
No, I don't need to ask anymore. The question you're going to ask, the one that will free us all from the emanation, is exactly the question I want to ask, 37.
37 tilts her head curiously, but her confusion soon fades. She quickly understands, as she does with most things in life.
I see. So you're choosing to be the one who looks on, like the third kind of men in the Olympic Games. A choice of insight, most appropriate for the number 0.
Without further hesitation, she turns and steps into the final gate.
In that case, I will see you later then, Vertin.
See you soon, 37.
Put the suitcase down and breathe. Be ready for anything.
Will this really be the collapse of her world as she knew it? Like Six said, if that happens, I'll be here to hold the umbrella for her.
Outside the limits. Unspeakable, indescribable, untouchable, unsurprisable. What's you know? Part 9, Outside the Limits. The cave is backed in warm flickering candlelight, perhaps for the cleansing ceremony are finally complete. The integers are waiting for their leader to return.
Do you think 37 is going to make it?
888 lowers her voice, concealing her worry.
Who knows?
Lending assistance, the cavern wall 210 absolutely ejects and Ripvine on his hair out of boredom.
6 should be the easiest one to pass. The math puzzles in the labyrinth shouldn't be a problem for our little star either. The only tricky question is from Aperon, and no one knows what it will be. It is a fair game. Answer Aperon's question and it will answer yours. But if you give the wrong answer, oops.
He pinches a grape between his fingers and crushes it, its juice splattering into his hand.
It'll hardly be a graceful end.
You are gross.
888 shakes her head, not even bothering to hide her disgust.
We know little about the test. The last person to pass the test was 300 years ago. The price of failure was high. For the longest time, the Sixers forbade people from risking their lives for it.
Well, 6 lied. Someone passed the test 4 years ago.
An unexpected piece of information, even 210 straightens up in attention. The branches gazes into the distance, watching the shadows cast by candles dance. Hold on, let me read that again. Watching the shadows cast by candles dance on the wall.
The two of them are so much alike. Their talents, their mindsets, even their first thoughts when facing an impossible challenge. It is an irresistible temptation indeed. With a path to all truths right in front of you, just within reach. Who wouldn't want to give it a try?
She does have a point. Deep in the labyrinth. Amid the swirling lights and shadows, the trial is reaching its conclusion. She has reached the heart of the maze, the lair of Merton where the final challenge awaits. Though the mist, a form gradually takes shape. First, it appears to be a scholar, then a soldier, but it continues to transform into a king, a farmer, a child, and an elder. Finally, it steps and solidifies into a young woman with a shape and chilling smile.
Mama, how are you here?
A soft chuckle slips out from the shadow.
No, I'm not who you think I am, child. I'm but a shadow, a flicker of fire, a projection before you. The finite cannot comprehend the infinite. Your limited senses cannot imagine what you've never seen, nor fathom what you've never heard. I am the answer to your desperate prayers. I am the blindfold before you see daylight. I'm the reflection of your confused, hollow faces in the water. I am the lingering echo of the last visitor.
But you look just like Mama.
Rigidly, 37 steps forward.
This is the last obstacle of the test. The gate of truth is just ahead, right? And here you are, standing in front of me. Does that mean that you finally reached the transcendental realm?
For real, does that?
So my conjecture was right, and our model did not fail, correct?
The transcendental realm?
The woman's laugh is strange and unsettling.
You speak adorable nonsense, my dear daughter. Did you really believe what I said? You silly little goose.
37 stops in her tracks and lifts her head in disbelief. She locks her eyes with the atmosphere, the automatic orb that are unmistakably her mother's eyes.
Have you not doubted, even for a moment? You did. You wavered when you strolled the shores at night, when you inevitably gazed at the geometric bodies. If they really are manifestations of the transcendental world, why can't I find Mama's number in the broken pieces? You thought. Why can't I hear her voice? Why can't I see their patterns? The darkness blinds me. I miss you, Mama. Oh, my poor, sweet daughter. You are too young and naive, too attached to what is familiar and too trusting of your teachings. You should have continued doubting instead of following my outdated footsteps. Was the conjecture wrong? Was the model correct? It does not matter, child. The rules of the game have changed. The Chaos Makers, the Fearmongers, and the Rule Shapers, they have already outpaced us. We were not wrong, we simply fell behind. We were blinded by the dream of the transcendental realm and could not see through reality. But worry not, my daughter. You have made it here, and that is all that matters. We will do the calculations together. This time, the results will be more accurate than ever.
Mama!
With a gentle smile, the woman tucks her hair behind her ears and reaches out a hand to the girl.
This world is an enormous wasteland, 37. Look at the creations in it. The congested, silent herds that scurry to and fro in their meaningless lives. Never have they looked at the stars above, nor bent to smell the flowers. The melodies of the patterns above go unheard by them, their souls unresonant to their wisdom. They are the prisoners of their bodies, complacent in their dulled senses, and conceited over their success of ruling the planet through violence and bloodshed. They mocked us, shunned us, and slaughtered us. They discriminated against us throughout the ages, branded us as lunatics, and spat on what we held dear. But we never gave up once. We were never truly defeated. One day, they will be proven wrong, and they will be forced to admit it. My daughter, my precious little pearl, come to me, back in your mother's arms. Let us return to a time before
Bro, I would be like, hell to the
when it
no.
was just you and me wandering the boundless beach.
Bro, I would be like, hell to the no. To the no.
I will share
Bro,
with
I'd
you
back
the
out.
infinite
I'm good, man.
secrets of this world, the essence of
Or
all
slide tag.
things,
No, one of
and
the
the
two.
truth that transcends everything. That's what you came for, yes?
Her eyes are earnest and silent, or earnest and sincere. 37 slowly climbs the stairs, longing to reach out and grasps her mother's hand. She sturdily looks up, confused, and asks a question.
But Mama, I am 37, not infinity. Why would I want an infinite number of secrets?
The
ground is shaking. Did she give the wrong answer?
The cavern's illusionary landscape shifts again. A fierce wind abruptly rises around her. Admittedly, the hollowing gale gaze 37 looks discerningly up into the air, her eyes peering past her mother's solitude.
I don't long for the infinite secrets, for it is not within the scope of my number. I know who I am. I am only 37, a finite number, a pebble in the sand. The tides could wash over me, engulf me, and crush me at any moment. Even so, I am glad to be 37, for I know my limits. I know my boundaries. A concept these supreme existences cannot even fathom.
Her mother's shallow stutters and the sharks slamming and pulsing in the air as if they were alive. The wind picks up, whirling her hair around and forcing her to narrow her eyes against the current. But the but she stands her ground, refusing to yield.
Apiron, the boundless one, I am here for a simple question. How can we escape the darkness of the phenomenal world and be free from the emanation forever?
Her voice disappears into the wind, like a pebble sinking into the pond. But then the ripples echoes back. Hold on, let me look. I'm gonna read it because I didn't even hear it too. A worthy reply. Though hosts held they boundless, though through humanity shall thou ascend to higher wisdom. Those shall be answered. Incompatible sounds assault her ears, like ancient echoes rising from the depths of the ocean. They emit unrecognizable symbols of any known language, but more like resemblance between layers of rock walls, each node symbolizing through her like a dagger. Her breathing becomes lumbered and blood trickles from her nose. Dizziness clings in her head, causing her vision to blur and double.
How? It clearly promised me an answer. Is it because the answer to my question, the transcendental truth, is outside of our limits too?
Make way! Move! Madam Lucy, we have the right pronunciation. The script you gave me was correct. This is the arcane language of the incantation. Where did you get it?
Very well. Give it to me. Inform all research teams that we are moving on to the next phase of the project.
Swift and sure footsteps settle past glass walls rooms, stopping at the main control room of the storm. Observation and research infant. The control station is bursting with activity as lecturers send messages through electrical signals and pneumatic tubes to various offices, all part of a well-oiled routine. Enigma is here too.
If you're here to check on the progress, there is none. I'm afraid you'll leave disappointed, Madam Lucy.
The robot hardly noticed the mockery in his tone. She approaches one of the luminaries and holds out her hand in her palm as the script brought by the dove.
Send this to everyone. It has been verified. This is the correct pronunciation of the immunity ritual.
This is...
His hands tremble. Despite its size, the tiny slip of paper holds great importance. Following the pronunciation guideline, precautions guidelines, he carefully slips out the first word.
La Unwa.
The script is taken from his grasp. Standing next to him, the illuminary hands the script in her hand, also trembling with excitement.
We must share this with everyone!
She toddles over to the control station. The script is transported into the screen. The illusionary maniacally chuckles every detail, ensuring that nothing is overlooked.
La Unua Circlo.
She nods into the microphone, her voice confident and clear, with a final press of the send button. She turns away with a satisfied smile in her face.
Help!
Yeah, I thought it was... ah! She got Thanos snap. Anyways. Without warning, her torso cracks apart, her entire form crumbles, shattering to the ground pieces. Yes.
What was that?
You know, I thought this was going to happen, but I knew this was going to happen. I'm like, yeah, they ain't getting that really easily, man. Nah. Ain't no way, man. What was that? Also, I didn't know whatever. All hell breaks loose. Chairs scrape loudly against the floor, coffee cups clutter to the ground, and people scramble about in a frenzy. The director of Laplace remains still, her eyes fixed on the rapidly flashing lights on the screen.
Stop the transmission! The ritual is wrong!
Shit, man. She pauses. In the face of chaos and turmoil, it falls on someone to step up and take action.
No, the incantation is indeed correct.
Bro, she got Thanos snapped into oblivion, bro. Bro. Dude, she literally... Dude, I freaking knew, bro. I was about like, they ain't gonna get that freaking immunity that easily, bro. I'm guessing what's gonna, like, what's happening is, like, they did get the right one. It's just that they have to do it right, maybe, and don't know. Still have no answers to that question that we return to Earth, or to the Earth. Once passing in obedience and life, I have like spit in my throat and it's like messing up what words. Okay. It now holds the opposite meaning. Return to Earth.
What is going on?
In other glass-walled rooms, researchers look up from their work in confusion. The airlock doors have been sealed tight, and their electromagnetic equipment is flashing
Warning.
rapidly.
Warning.
At the same time, all of their screens light up simultaneously, in detecting the arrival of a new message.
Hey Dawkins, forget the outside. Come look at this. Some guys cracked it. They found the correct pronunciation.
For real? They better be serious if this is some kind of prank.
Watch, they're all gonna disappear too. Despite the blaring lights, the staff gathers around their screens, arguably reading aloud the incantation that was just sent.
La una cerclo?
And... oh wait. I guess we don't get to...
Damn it! Damn it! Shit!
Guess we don't get to see them disappear. Also, hello Amazing Chill, how you doing? I guess you've been to this part too. I just got to this part, and I just seen people get Thanos snapped into oblivion. He runs down the corridor at full speed, grasping for air. Just as the airlock doors begin to close, he flings himself through. The closet room with glass walls is filled with thick white smoke. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Mr. Lucy, I don't feel so good. Yes, of course. He sprints to the door, frantically pounds on it.
Ulrich! Dawkins! Victor! Ricard! Are you in there? Listen, if you receive the pronunciation of the incantation, do not recite it. Do not write it down. Do not pass it on.
I think it's too late. I mean, we already saw two
I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. I'm trying to save you.
I don't know, man. I don't know. A chilling silence looms in the opposite side of the door. The only noise that can be heard is Lucy's emotionless voice coming through the speakers.
Warning. Warning. All personnel stay away from their communication terminals. Do not recite any messages on the screen. Repeat. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite the incantation. Do not...
I didn't... You know, I didn't know it would end. Alright. The door suddenly opens. The smoke peering out nearly chokes him.
Richard?
Ah, wait, what? Are they stoned? Wait, hold on. The cartographer emerges from the thick smoke, his movements stiff and his face expressionless. As he opens his mouth to speak, a small crack forms at the corner of his lips and quietly smears across his entire face, as if only he were made of clay. Suddenly he collapses, his skin splitting and crackling like reached earth.
Richard!
Yeah, it looks like they turned to stone. I guess they don't just like disappear. Interesting. I didn't know they turned to... I just thought they just disappeared. No, they just turned to stone. Interesting. Or clay, in this matter. I don't know. Stone or clay, same thing. Potato, potato. I see. Okay. Oh my god. Enigma quickly moves to support him, preventing his collapse from breaking into pieces on the hard floor. His cheeks... He checks his vitals. Vitals still alive. Only his skin has been affected by the mutation. Underneath his cracked exterior, he can see human flesh and blood.
Don't speak. We're going to the recap center.
No, you go, Dawkins.
Lifting a muddy finger, he manages to point towards the room. Slowly, a mixed figure emerges from the hazy entrance. It has a mud golem, with thick chunks of mud dripping off its body. The only remaining human element is Berkwick's nameplate, barely clinging to its chest. With
Dawkins! No! No!
Wait, was it? The airlock door at the end of the hallway hisses open. A squad of security guards with hypno bullets and nets verge their way in.
Researcher Adler, please evacuate immediately. We will take over from here.
So they turn into mud people. What? Okay. Yeah, so they turn into mud people. Oh. So we got Sandman. Bro, we got Sandman see what the heck. It was crazy. Well, he's technically not made of sand, he's made of clay, but you know. Same thing.
Wanna watch the aerials?
It could be found.
Oh.
Check my calculation.
What? 50. What? I can't do the same attack twice. What? That's. Guess he's right. And then.
Don't blink.
Yep. Yeah, I get this is what causes that. I need to reality damage taken. Oh, so if they get damage more than 30%, they okay, that makes sense. Makes total sense.
Peaceful moment.
There.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It's not that bad though.
Oh.
Wait. Ow. I can just attack the other guy.
Isn't that? It could be found.
Yep.
Don't blink.
No. You've defeated the mud people as well.
Just like the prophecies of the woods.
I thought the worst case would be that the ritual is useless since no one here can wield it. I was wrong. So terribly wrong. The reality is 1,000,000 times worse. We have invited a disaster. It is a curse, even more unpredictable, unstable, and uncontrollable than the mask.
What? He grabs his hair tightly, his voice hoarse as he sprouts.
Dora crumbled to dust. Richard cracked like dry land, and Dawkins turned into a statue of mud. And Victor, he vanished. We've tried everything, but he's nowhere to be found. Yet he's here, typing, sending emails, getting the door for me.
So, okay, so you're telling me, okay, let me decode this real quick. So you're telling me the first person, obviously, who tried the, I guess, spell, just vanished, correct? The other one turned into, I guess, clay, and then the third person turned into mud people. So I guess it does different things. I mean, interesting. It's very interesting.
All of these catastrophic events, and only 3 words were uttered. 3.
He shakes his head and laughs brutally. Not even in the mood for mockery after all that's happened.
What are we dealing with, Madam Lucy? Which deity are we provoking and stealing from?
That's a good question. No one can answer his question. The security guards are busy cleaning up the mess, while are frankly issuing warning and confirming the existence of a The rehab center personnel have also arrived, and as they leave, they stragglers, they're stragglers, I don't know. Something like that, and are filled with injured people. Can't read. His supervisor flashes up a call and hangs up the phone on the wall.
Get some rest, Mr. Adler. Your mission is complete. Other researchers will take it from here.
You what?
He asks in disbelief, anger swelling in his chest.
Are you not going to call it off? After all that's happened?
The research must go on.
The robot's answer is concluded and cold.
The authenticity of the incantation and the fact that any arcanist can recite it were revealed to us through this unexpected mishap. Now, a new question arises. How can we eliminate the side effects? From now on, we no longer require the help of human researchers.
Oh, I guess, I'm trying to understand what's happening. So, the spell is right, but it's just that the side effects of Zed's spell is kinda, weird. Very interesting. I don't know, that's just my theory for now, but could change in a heartbeat. Her tone is calm and gentle, yet with authority the decision has been made.
Only Arcanum can lift a curse of Arcanum.
37.
Their arrows' sounds continue to reverberate in the cave. 37 kneels in the transparent stairs, blood seeping from her mouth and nose.
Stay with me. I'll get you out.
The suitcase, the noises won't reach her in there. It could be her refuge. 37 slightly jerks slowly. An alternate scrolls rises from her blossom.
Is this Six's scroll?
Oh, she liked. The strange noises begin to fade. In its place is an ancient melody. Oh my god. Right.
+1, -1, +2, -3, 3, -3, +2, -1, +1. I see. I understand now.
What did you say? 37. Are you feeling better now?
She nods, having regained her clarity.
The numbers, Vertin. 6's scroll reconciled the gap between the supreme existence and me. I can now hear and understand. The answer to my question, the solution to free us from the emanation, the response Apeiron promised me, is a string of numbers.
Excuse me, what? On the storm, the immunity contagion conform form. Time to crack my knuckles. It's time for reading. Alright. Frick happened back. If you are aware of the responsibilities and risks and still wish to participate in the Storm Immunity Spell Research Project, please read and sign below. Please note that if you refuse to sign after reading, you will be placed under surveillance until the research is complete due to the confidential requirements. Warning: do not recite the following content in any non-experimental setting. Reciting this spell will cause random curses. Therefore, it's oh my god, I can't read, bro. Is forbidden. If you happen to recite this spell and remain curious, please immediately stop moving. Stay where you are and try to perform actions that might include your continued existence until discovered by the post-instant holding team. The text of the incantation is as follows. And do not recite, do not dismemorate. Richard, yeah, these are the people. Tragically died. That, thing. And one turned into a clay monster, one, dissolved. But chills, man. Chills. Yeah, is this the same thing? We regard the report tragic news today. A large number of researchers have been injured and even killed in an ancient curse caused by the spell of storm immunity instructions. Due to the spell's emergency management regards, the funerals of the deceased personnel will be temporarily postponed. Please reminder the names of the victims, remember their sacrifice, and remember that our research is not over. Dora Evanless Gray Richard. Also, this is all the people. The rolling border, or the rolling. Well, the weight holding high above finally falls. What happened to? I don't know what happened to. Like an. The winds died down. The cave is quiet again. The trial is over. As usual, the star of Hermes has found her answer.
We got it. The key to the gate of truth. Apiron has answered me. This is the final solution.
She trips with delight as soon as the scroll completes its task and lands back in her hand.
We must leave here at once. We have to tell everyone.
I am so proud of you, 37. We will save everyone.
There is finally room to breathe, if only for a brief moment. Yet the feeling of unease remains.
But there's one thing I don't understand.
And that is?
She pauses mid-step and looks back, tilting her head questioned.
6. His scroll saved your life. Maybe he foresaw the dangers and protected you from it, so you can leave there almost unharmed. But what was he trying to tell you? When he warned you about the collapse of your world as you know it.
The walk to the cleansing site is long. Only the sounds of dripping water and soft footsteps can be heard in the tunnel.
Mind your step, everyone. We are passing the wall of truth. The wall will come crashing down if false words are spoken. Silence is advised here, unless circumstances dictate otherwise.
The followers nod with respect. They have walked past the wall of silence, goodness, and wisdom respectfully, as paths of the ritual. Only those who abide these virtues can find safe passage to the final cleansing.
888?
The coaster suddenly steps up in front of the leader, blocking his path.
Forgive me, but this seems to be the right moment for some long-neglected questions to be answered.
As she speaks, a few others emerge from the crowd and surrounding Six. On the narrow pathway, there's no way to get around.
Perhaps, but hardly appropriate or righteous.
We will talk of righteousness after you've shared what you know, Six. You've been silent for too long. 4 years have passed since you became Six, and for 4 years, you have been hiding things from us. The long-neglected questions have created a cloud of doubt between us. And now the boulder of fate is falling on us, and we are teetering on the brink of destruction. It's time to be honest and true to your people. While we are the seekers of truth, it is unjust to keep us from it.
888 extends her hand, gradually to the silent cavern walls that surrounded them.
Let the wall of truth bear witness. I want nothing but an answer from you. I am not here to provoke untimely conflicts.
The wall stands firm. The genuineness of her words is not to be doubted.
Answer her, Six. You should be glad that I am not the interrogator here, because the wall would have collapsed immediately.
The wall remains silent, seemingly confirming the mocking words as truth.
You may lie, but the wall will fall. You may stay silent, then I will lie to break the silence and the wall. Or maybe you could outwit the wall with the liar's paradox. Only sadly, I have tested it for you. One cannot deceive it by stating, I'm lying. After all, it's a test of morality, not logic. It needs your honesty, not your wit or anything else.
It's a dispute situation, one that requires precaution. The leader remains compound.
What do you wish to know?
What else? The most important question, of course. The question about the essence.
210 takes a step, his voice trembling, no longer as calm as he used to be. The questions have plagued his mind for too long.
Why has our research stagnated for the past 4 years? Why did we fail to predict the emanation in 1929 and again in this time? Have we misunderstood the premise? What if the emanation is not a manifestation of the transcendental law at all?
Six remains despotic, showing no signs of emotion.
Worshippers worship, thinkers think, governors govern, and researchers research. Your questions are not mine to answer, 210. A Six has no expertise on the study of the emanation. I'm not qualified to answer about its essence.
A truth is spoken, and the silent wall sticks to its verticality.
Your question is too abstract, 210.
The Castellan shakes her head and takes a step closer.
Don't dance around the subject, Six. The wisdom has been passed on to you, as it has to every other Six. You have inherited not only knowledge and insight, but also the memories of your predecessors. You must know the answer, for it is part of your inheritance. Tell us this. The last leader of the study of the emanation, 77. What question did she bring to Apiron? And what answer did she receive?
Ah, I see. That's why. That's why her mother appeared in. Anyways. There's no immediate response, confirming that she's hit the nail on her head.
I watched her walk into the cave and come out unharmed. I watched her, and the previous 6 board the ship in search of answers in the phenomenal world. The ship didn't come back in time. The emanation caught them. And that was only the beginning of our misfortunes. The model failed. Our whereabouts were revealed. Hysteria now poisons the minds of our people, and the empirical knowledge accumulated over the years suddenly no longer applies to the current situation. Why? What did she find out? Could it be that something's happened to the transcendental law above? Has the truth we believed in changed?
Bagged with so many questions, he lets out a chuckle. He smiles with relief, like a prisoner finally receiving his death sentence after years of waiting. It has the opposite effect on the crowd. They hold their breath in silence.
Hippasus discovered the secrets of Route 2 and toppled Pythagoras' school of thought. The controversy surrounding Newton and infinitesimals presented a challenge to the groundwork of calculus. Russell's self-referential paradox sparked the third mathematical crisis. Though such theory was eventually perfected, the lessons on self-referentiality remained. In the end, Gödel's incompleteness theorems showed that proving or disproving everything is impossible. Therefore, absolute...
Again. A profound seemingly echoes throughout the cave.
The boulder of fate will tumble down its peak, whether 37 is the one pushing it or not. However hard Oedipus tried to defy destiny, his path to tragedy remained unchanged.
You're talking in riddles again.
She frowns her brow, however, Styx gives her a small nod of respect.
I should thank you for bringing the question here, 888, so I may finally speak the truth. 77 did ask about the essence of the emanation.
He stands tall and looks around at the people. They listened intensely.
She asked, what happened to the supreme existence? What plunged the world into madness? The answer was disorder and chaos.
The wall of truth stands still. The trial left behind by the ancient sage confirms his words. A deep, ominous roars from the center. Tremors are like the island is being shaken at its core, like a tsunami and a volcanic eruption combined.
You blasted!
210 is the first to come to a realization. His lungs and he lunges and grabs Six by the collar.
You knew this all along, from the first day of your revelation, when you became Six? You knew that the emanation was not a manifestation of the transcendental law and patterns above, but rather a symptom of its utter disorder and chaos? And you knew that the transcendental realm of numbers was no more, and that the essence of Pneuma, the one true form we believed in, had become an ever-changing existence like the irrational numbers?
Oh boy, he's angry. Rage treats Tremble treated to consume him. The missional glance at the leader, who has the authority to confirm that their faith is sheltered. He almost breaks into a bitter laugh.
4 years. You kept this to yourself for 4 years. Why? Was it for a false sense of peace? To keep the island stable? Did you deceive us to prevent the realization that our research would be in vain?
What were a Six does not enter the added inconvenience, for they are not within his duty.
It's time to halt the bickering. Get everyone out of here now.
Castellan steps in and enters them with a stern look. She then turns and begins to lead the packed crowd to safety. Amidst the chaos, the leader lowers his eyes and reads the various pronouns for the ceremony.
Pray to the gods for what you are about to do, and pray that all goes well. Once familiar with this practice, you will understand the constitution of both eternal gods and mortal men.
Huh? What happened? Did they not carry out the cleansing ceremony?
You will know the extent of all things, the boundaries of their entirety, and what connects them together.
Whoa! What's going on? An earthquake?
No, this is... The large-scale ritual on this island is undoing itself?
Well,
you will see, as you should, that the nature of the universe flows in all things alike.
Why? Why is our circle gone?
Interesting. The leader stands quiet, right like a rock by the sea, watching the fall of the heavy turmoil or traditional feeling, the tides of the change washing over everything.
Thus, you will not hope for what is beyond your reach, and you will not be deceived.
He rolls up the scroll and ends his reading.
Pray, my friends. Pray for yourselves, and pray for everyone. Pray for all the suffering and misery around you. Reach into the unseeable darkness and pray to the unknowable supreme. Speak your hopes, for you are a finite creature yearning to transcend its own existence. The determination that once helped us overcome our insignificance and touch the light of Pneuma should guide us once more.
In the darkness, he lights up a torch.
Where are you going?
To the cave. The trial is not over. The final cleansing is yet to come. There are still duties to fulfill.
He surges forward. With his back to the fearful crowd, he sets off again to the lonely road, into the long night. Continued. Yay, more reading. This one I love.
Here is a will, but
just skip these ones because I just
yeah, all right.
So let's call Q&A. So, all right. Here's a well-known question you must have heard. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? It's so well known that no one finds it novel anymore. But please do me a favor and answer me yourself. A human being? Correct. This is the same answer Orpheus gave to defeat Sophonicus, thus becoming a hero, but also starting him in his ill-fated destiny. Raise a question, give an answer. This is the most fundamental ritual. Through this, will get nearer to God. Ritual? Yes, a ritual. Whatever it is, by pouring out wine, slaughtering a calf, or circling around a fire with a baby in your arms. It is an argument or alignment or agreement. Agreement. A question that demands an answer. Every has a price, whether it is paid in wine, blood, or fire. But sometimes that sacrifice is taken from you without it even being noticed. And the treasure you seek might be the undoing of your own desires. Let us take a look at another question, stranger. What's your name? Cried Porv? This is like testing on my Greek mythology, for knowledge, which I know little of. Pardon? I don't know. Brain is not working today. Hold on. Nobody. Odysseus. Odysseus. Oh God. Answered, and it allowed him to free of Cyclops cave, safe and sound. A human being and nobody. Two answers that could not be more alike. Yet both were bound to fate by their own answer. Alright, dear. Time to call it a day. As for you, you'll get the answer you seek. You already paid the price. Let's go. Another one. Assistant to record. Clear handwriting notes the neat of forceful writing style. Reveals the writer's strong character. Walking in the beach with Martio. She's almost done with her tour of the island, collecting materials for her own travel log. I accompanied her also to remind her to avoid the important areas we didn't want to be exposed to the outside world. She's hoping for even more reading recommendations. Fine, I'll Consult 210 and Sophia. Or, yeah, Sophia, yeah. There are too many outsiders here. There's not necessarily a bad thing, but it makes management more difficult. The leader's strategy isn't the best, but the most we must make clear decisions. We need to show some self-determination by repeatedly improvising our untitled will. Faith will also be strength held. Replying on anyone with what? I'm trying to like. Yeah. Replying on anyone without work, nor can we put all our hopes in one child and then sit back in satisfaction. I'm trying to like read the long sentence, but then my brain just goes numb all of a sudden. It's impossible for the island to return peaceful all the times when it's necessary. It always falls to me to do something. She should have noticed the error, or well, I didn't believe that a person like 77 would not check the course again and calculate the angles. Even if she is told, even if she's too tired, 37 is still on the island. Why don't take his notebook with him? I saw it at Sophia's place. She left in such a hurry that even her reason for leaving seemed like an excuse. Could communicating with the Supreme Being really destroy a person's mind? This is all so strange. This guy talks a lot. Fortunately, he's also pretty useful. Surprisingly, he thinks in the same way as me. I thought he was the one who argued most with the others. In fact, his calculations are closer to my own. If I become an assistant, I might be able to learn more. This precision has been vacant for too long. A shield without a sword is unmandatory and unreliable. And now is the time. No matter what they say, I will apply. 210 also believes that 77 has the answer. What will the answer bring? Smudging marks. Anyways, I need to get to the bottom of this. Like, I can't read, like, I don't know why, but like I can't read like large sentences without like stopping in the middle of it. I'm not supposed to. And then I just lose my train of thought instantly. I don't know why that happens, but it does. The party of the beans. I eat, therefore I am. Party of the Beans, Part 12. One abdurate from beans, two do not pick up. Not pick up what has fallen. 3 touch not a white rooster.
Where am I?
Like, bruh, can I read this? After a long period of darkness, clearly begins to dawn. Ahead lies a completely unfamiliar scene.
Did the earthquake do this? I was in the cave with 37.
Okay.
Is the timer broken?
Hey, Vertin! Here you are!
Bro, are we like in a film? A familiar shout is heard in the distance.
Yeah. Come! People are waiting. The feast is going to start.
What is going on?
Feast?
Yes! Today's the big
Why can't I only see in black and white? Freaking 50 Shades of Grey.
We're celebrating because we kicked Manus Vindictae off the island, found the key to storm immunity, and saved the Numbers people from great disaster.
What?
But Regulus has already taken off.
Come on, Vertin! You'll miss out on the delicious honey-roasted rabbit.
Wow. She jumps forward excitedly, but something cracks loudly when she lands.
Wait, Regulus, you just kicked over something.
What? What is it? Something for the cattle? Whoever left this here nearly tripped this great captain. Forget it. Come, Vertin! What are you still doing
Some
there?
ain't right. We're trapped in a film. I'll read it after. Yep. 4. Do not poke the fire with swords. 5. Do not jump over a crossbar. 6. Do not cut wood on a maiden road. The square is alive with joy and activity. An unusual silence and seriousness have been replaced by a sympathy of giggles and cheers. The aroma of roast rabbit is thick in the air. Barrels of wine are being rolled around and people are gathered, drinking and chatting.
Ah, nice wine. Did you make it yourself?
Careful, Miss Lilia. Too much wine can corrupt one's body and will. Besides, you are already halfway through our stock for the year. But this drink you brought is pleasant to the nose. Coffee, you said. I have heard many things about it.
Caffeine.
Oh.
Poor guy. I was expecting more from a man of your size.
Oh my goodness. I don't like this. I want to go back to normal colors. She goes to a barrel to fill her cup.
For God's sake, Regulus, keep an eye on your first mate here.
What?
Wow, he's so out of it right now.
It appears that this apple's abstinence from the bottle will have to begin anew.
Vertin, finally! I was looking for you.
It's freaking creepy. Dude, this song is too peaceful. I like it. 37 waves from a distance. Sophia at her side, arm in arm.
Hello, everyone. We have a big announcement to make. Sophia's just completed her proof and found her number.
Oh, goodness. They keep changing. I can't read it, man.
Oh, don't worry about the swallows. They're going to fetch 6 for us.
Good. Alright, cool. Alright. Wings flap from above. 7. Do not enter the hall in new garments. Enter the hall from the right. And leave from the left. 8. Do not keep swallows around your horse.
He's napping in the Hall of Aperon. An excuse to not join the party.
Not so fast with the announcement, 37. People will find out sooner or later. Thank you for helping us, Vertin. We wouldn't have made it without you.
Feel very uncomfortable.
And
This
I
is
look
too
forward to
peaceful.
our continued collaboration with the Foundation.
It's too peaceful. Way too peaceful.
No. None of this makes any sense.
You think, Vertin? Jesus.
Oh, enough business. People are having a party here.
Alright, 9. Do not sleep in the grave. 10. Make the bed as soon as you wake up, leaving no imprint of your body. The pirate comes over with a platter of rabbits, smiling as if England had just won the World Cup.
Well, what do you say to this lovely captain who just picked up some food for you?
They turnsly collide, knocking over the tray and Regulus' hand.
My apologies, Regulus. I was too focused on linear regression formulas.
Ah, that's all right. Wasn't me getting stuck in the kitchen roasting rabbits all day anyway. Unlimited supply of honeyed rabbits all day today.
Bruh, they're way too happy. This doesn't make sense. Regulus picks up the dirty clay plate and puts it aside.
I heard Sophia is making her announcement today. I'm curious which number she will be.
Care to wager on that? I'd say she's a multiple of 3.
About 1. I don't think anybody's been 1.
Then I'd say she is a multiple of 139.
I have to admit, she has a good number.
I
A
don't
number
like.
100 times better than me. 6 and 210 put together.
What? So 106. I don't like this. This is actually making me feel uncomfortable.
Calculating. 37 plus 6 plus 210 times 100
Yeah,
equals
also I
2.
butchered that. I can't do math, bro. Not without a calculator.
Oh no. She is not 25,000.
Yeah, the background is
I doubt anyone could live with
glitching.
themselves with a number that long.
Rooster crows. A rooster crows loudly and the festive atmosphere.
You haven't met before. This is a moo, my white rooster.
She kneeled down and
A moo, this is Vertin.
streaks its feather. What the
White rooster?
Interesting. So it said, okay, 3. Touch not a white rooster. Yeah, it's getting more glitchier, by the way, I can see that. Hey, cheers and shouts filled the air as people reveal it in... Also, yeah, right down. I'll wait until, like, it's, you know, the thing, if I can eat. Not letting me. I can't read that fast, so... Done? We're at here. Cheers and shouts fill in the air as people reveal a trumpet. A Foundation employee picks up an ID from the ground. 2. Do not pick up what has fallen. An Empyrean believers built a log and a half on the road, earning applause from the crowd. 6. Do not cut wood on a main road. The table are filled with chickpea salad, and neatly sliced bread. White people use their swords to poke fires and keep them burning. 1. Obtain from beans. 4. Do not poke the fire with swords.
Something's not right.
You think.
Is right.
The flames burn freezingly, casting no shadows on the ground.
Something's happened on the island. I must still be in the cave.
A comforting community fills the chest. Once joyful scene now takes it on a surreal quantity.
I have to get out of here.
Ground tunnel.
Dental checkup.
Critters eating beans and a white rooster. These are supposed
That's the boss?
Is this an illusion brought on by the fog? Or a new trial?
Bro, I didn't even know I was at the boss. What?
No. Something's not right. The flow of arcane skills on the island has changed.
Okay, so I have to get the...
I need to get rid of them first.
I have to get rid of this guy. Not this guy, but still, taking out this guy would be more optional. Or, you know, important. Let's do this.
Good timing.
Smash attacks.
Time to check my calculations.
No, I will do that.
Advice from the forest.
Oh.
Thank you for your.
What? It has a counter? What? How much damage does it? 1,000, 1,000. Okay. I don't like those. I don't like this. Okay, I got 2. What?
Good timing.
That again, and then.
Penetrate.
I didn't even know I was at the boss fight already. Unless it's not the boss fight, but that's just a mini boss. It does not look like a boss fight. I'm gonna get rid of this because honestly, shit. Let me first get this. Fine. Not.
No worries. Хорошо.
So then I can find the.
Don't blink.
Here.
Haven't you eaten?
Dude, I'm already happy.
The armor of the forest.
Excuse me, what? What is triggering to do that counter, bro? What? I need to... Bruh. And... Okay. What status? I think it just if it takes more than 30 damage. That's my guess, I don't know. We're just gonna move that there. To put that there. Okay. Because I don't know if she's gonna live one time, but we're just gonna hope she does.
ВДВ. Сколько побед?
Get that. Build a meter.
Good timing.
The only thing I can think of right now. I need to build a meter for. Oh, and like a chunk of its health. Sick. Do that. But we have managed.
A perfect argument. It will all be fun.
Then this activate the cool. Oh, never mind. It did it.
Come back to me.
Oh, need. This would.
Let's check my calculation.
Let's go. Need one more.
It could be found.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunt?
Bye.
My surroundings changed. Is all this still an illusion?
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Looks like the way we came, but it's a little different. These signs, are they trying to take me somewhere? The way out, perhaps?
Imperious sun permits the air. There is no option but to continue on.
Bertin, where are you going? I made some coffee for those clever eggheads, enough to mend their broken souls after turning their backs on it for half their lives. Fancy a cuppa as well? Here you go.
Oh, bro, what a British.
Regulus, it's a violation of their scripture. You mustn't consume any beans or bean-based products.
Yeah, the great sacred scripture again. Hey, think you can just walk away from a pirate without breaking any rules? Let's see you try. Ha! Now you must have the beans. Or you can pick them all up.
According to their rules, I'm not to eat things off the ground, or pick them up for that matter. Though, this mountain of beans isn't going away by itself. Fortunately, it doesn't appear to be too stable.
What? Vibration. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Bro. Okay. Bro, what? Oh, okay. Scroll my mouse. Back and forth.
An illusion of a coffee bean mountain like this is almost as cliché as a pirate with a hook for a hand. Something like this could never hold up to skepticism. Mankind is slow in learning new ideas. They need new information to be explained in simple terms, using examples and analogies, or reduced to its most basic symbols and generalizations. Eventually, once they've gotten used to the formulas and outlines, they may just see below the surface and find the deeper essence waiting there. What about you? What do you think is your essence? Are you any more significant than a pile of coffee beans? Ah, the mind, the soul. But do they really exist? A thirsty animal thinks of water and seeks out a clear spring. Hunger pangs tell the cheetah to seek its prey. Every action we have ever
I feel like I
taken was
can't
prompted
really
by a
skip through
natural
this, so like
impulse.
I have to actually.
Sparks of electric current that can be
skip
tracked,
the roll and I read
observed,
myself.
predicted.
Can't do that.
Perhaps our thoughts,
One second.
desires, and our minds are
I
only
don't know
the
if
sum
it-
of these minute reactions of cause and effect. Perhaps none of us truly exist, Charlie.
Oh, I could. Okay. Sick, man. The words in the walls are aiming to confuse you. Ignore them and follow those notes.
Bertin, where are you going? We're still in a meeting. You'll have to leave from the left.
But I came in from the left. Why would I leave the same way I came in?
Oh no! You've made a mistake. Now you must stay behind bars until you prove the four-color theorem. Be careful not to make another mistake. or you'll be thrown into the Gorgon current and confined there forever. You look worried. Don't be. We're friends. I will defend you in court. I will try my best to reduce your sentence to trisecting angles with an unmarked straight edge and a compass.
I have to leave, but not from the right. There must be a way to reverse left and right.
So then we leave.
Okay, we're just gonna skip this
begin with math. Could there be a
because we can.
between 3 and 4? But where have you maybe that what? Be careful what you hold to be true, darling.
Okay. Alright. So they left. So then left or right can be resolved as easily as changing your frame of reference. How could we hold people responsible for their actions when we use such miserable demonstrations? We led our lives accordingly to those strict rules that are always changing. Definitions. It's too much for this old brain of mine. Why not simplify our directions to learn about the world like we were kids once more? Let's begin with math. Could it be as maintainable as left and right? Could there be a hidden integer between 3 and 4? As is one always one, or is it just our frame of reference? Truth endures. But where is it then? This everlasting truth. Have you ever seen it? Have you beckoned in its resurgence before? Maybe the shadows of the cave wall are true reality. Maybe the sun is just another prop in our shadow theater. What if people who choose to stay in the cave were the ones who were truly wise? Be careful with what you hold to be true, darling. Triangles. Sonetto?
Timekeeper.
Oh no, yeah, it
Are you
is.
leaving the banquet?
Yes.
Perhaps we might go somewhere quiet. I wanted to speak with you about linear regression.
Terribly sorry, Sonetto. I really must be leaving.
Wait! Perhaps a more impromptu debate? I have some fresh ideas about our past discussions. Could I trouble you to help me refine them? The storm is gone. We have time to enjoy life again. You don't have to keep checking your watch or your task list anymore.
But time still is against us, and I haven't any left to spare. Not even to explain myself to Sonetto. I hate to be rude, but I need a moment of peace. If only I could turn everything silent.
Oh. Sense.
I said, before otherwise, and peace will not return until one side. I did. Now we are square.
I said if you were going to stick to your plan, then you must value your time wisely. Don't get caught up in idle conversation. Be firm with your determination, but careful not to go too far. Otherwise, your silence may be taken as a slight. And should they recite, what then? That's no peace, but a silent war. And peace will not return until one side converse, even if they are blameless. Don't that seem unfair? Or doesn't that seem unfair? Well, you've already mastered your most powerful weapon. I did warn you. I'd relatate in the same manner. Now, we are square. Well, it's gonna be Olivia next. Oh no, it's
Oh, you're still here, Vertin.
Sophia.
I thought you had disappeared completely. I was so sorry, but I really do have to leave now. Please, I think you may be the only one that can help. It won't take you long.
What? I have to do math? Oh my god. Hex. Hold on. I'm busting out the calculator. Give me 1 second. Screw that. Oh god, hold on. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Give me 1 sec. Didn't know I'd. Fuck me! Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Hold. Everybody chill. Chillax, alright? I don't. Freaking A, man. Oh god, oh goodness. Oh no. I actually might not know this. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Do I know how to do this? That's the real question. Okay, alright. Please tell me it's this. Okay. It is,
6.
okay.
A perfect number. But it isn't my number. Let's try again. Reset the calculation for me. Back to put in asterisk and 0 and we can continue.
Asterisk? What? They're making me do math equations, bro. What the fuck? Okay, 37.
No, that can't be my number either. It's far too brilliant for me. Please reset the calculation back to 0.
Bro? Bro, I don't like how they got it. Am I missing something? Am I dumb? You're supposed to not do that? Bro, I can't believe they're making me do math equations. Crazy. 210?
210. I know 37 isn't a fan. Still, I would be honored to have an integer like that as my number. Let's try it one more time. I have a feeling that together we can find the right number for me.
To reset it to 0? Okay. Your number. I think I reset it to 0. Oh, let's go. Thank goodness. And making me do math
Who
quiz.
am I? It can be will, but that is wasn't caught. And if
You're gonna have to bust out the calculator, bro. Holy.
Very old. One day you might be amazed by this idea. When you see yourself from someone else's eyes.
Who am I? An old question. It couldn't be as simple as your name. A name, after all, is only worth what meaning we give it. Bewildered by their own existence, man turns to the ultimate truth for answers. But soon enough, they'll come to see the truth is also beyond their ability to comprehend. That is when the fear catches up with them. So they put aside their search for truth and look for something more straightforward. A simple answer enough to satisfy a frightened child. Caught between a comforted lie and something more frightening than the truth, that might be no truth at all. And if that is so, how could we know, or, hold on, and if that is so, how can we know who we really are? Am I who? Am I? Very good. Perhaps the truth lies hidden in the question. Hold tight to that answer, Dart. A bit of elderly advice. There is no greater treasure. One day you might even be admired by this idea when you see yourself from someone else's eyes. Circle, triangle, triangle, rectangular, circle, square, triangular. Oh, I did. Rectangle. No. I just messed up my. Sick, man.
First is the circle, second is the square.
"37? Is that you?"
The little girl does not seem to listen. She's completely absorbed in building her castle.
Put the triangle on the triangle, and the rectangle on the rectangle. Perfect, as things should be.
Whoa.
The emanation? Disorder and chaos.
Took a turn.
This can't be. This isn't right. How ugly. How inelegant. How could this be the revelation from the patterns of the transcendental law above? How could such a terrible answer fall on my ears? I can't tell the others about this. There must be a mistake. I need proof. I have to go out there.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold. Also, hey, but hold. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Give me a second. I'm processing what just happened. Wait. Hold on. Let me just continue before I go.
My child.
Give me a sec.
Are you here to partake in sand play as well? No matter how oft we arrange them, the sight of them never grows stale. Alas, I shall destroy it.
Consciousness is snapped back to reality. The surroundings have returned to the rocky walls, still enclosed within the cave. 37 stands with her head tilted, looking curious. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to process what the hell just happened. Alright. So, you're telling me, okay, this is just my theory, alright? Nothing to do with Arcana, I think. I don't know, but maybe. So 77 she obviously went to the cave, right, to figure out the truth about the emanation, which is the storm. Again, storm is bad, and also Menace Vitupe bad, but you know. Also Arcana bad too. Anyways, so she obviously went into the cave where, you know, Jaboy's, you know, chilling, and, you know, obviously you can ask him any question, he'll answer the question with truth. So she went, 77 went into the cave, obviously asked about what, you know, the emanation is about. Obviously it's the chaos and whatever. I heard the line where she has to figure it out herself. She obviously, I think, okay, this is the big theory, okay, I think she went out of the island to figure it out herself, if that is true. Don't tell me, okay, do not tell me that 37's mom, alright, is Arcana. Fucking, I swear to God, if it is, I'm gonna flip out. I'm going to freak out, man. Alright, I swear. If that is true, I'm going to actually lose it, and I'm gonna write this off as best storytelling in my goddamn life. Oh, yeah.
I think I had a terrible dream.
Could be, but like, I don't know. Also, nothing to do with that comment, but like, that could be a stretch, but honestly, so again, we have the story goes on.
Regulus claimed Six's throne and declared this the rock and roll empire of irrational numbers. She took out a jar of coffee beans and stuffed one into my mouth.
Interesting. 37 shakes her head hard, as if trying to rid her mind of the horrific scene.
I'm relieved that I woke up in time, and you as well. Let's go, Vertin. We need to tell everyone the numbers.
She chips her face, lighting up. Okay, lighting up the daylight, finally free from a long nightmare. A beam of daylight appears from them. The lengthy trial has finally come to an end.
Do you hear that? So many people out there. Must be Sophia here to pick me up. I told her she can wait for me outside. Sophia!
The girl runs happily towards the light, but yeah. That theory could be a stretch, but I mean, it's a coincidence that they did that. I'm not a guy who, like, you know, just takes in every detail because, like, again, I can't catalog everything that happens in this game, so unless, like, I watch it back. But I mean, that's what I'm getting. So, because I believe, like, the only, like, you know, thing we got about, because Arcana is like the semi-leader of the Manuscripte, or I guess leader. Forget-Me-Not is like the, I guess, leader too, because he was also like commanding them, I guess. We never got like a real backstory of Arcana because she was like introduced for like 1 second and then she was like gone. But now we're like getting into the deep stuff, you know? Because we got introduced to Forget-Me-Not and then we got like his whole backstory instantly, and we never got Arcana's like backstory. But if the theory that I pulled out, if I spelled out, is true, I'm going to absolutely lose it, and I'm going to call myself a genius. But if it's not, then well, that sucks. But you know, I would imagine it would be true. Because it's not a coincidence that she left the island to see if it was true. And then I wouldn't be, you know, it would be a quickening if it was just like, oh yeah, then she came back to, you know, fix it as, you know, this different person. Anyways, elaborating too much. Like a young woman,
Wait, 37.
Yeah. Like a young sorrow sweeping out of sight. Got to catch up. Got to leave this place at once. Must share the findings we hear with the others. Finally, the light of the day comes into view. Fire. A gust of wind suddenly rushes up, sending pebbles spreading across the town. The all too familiar stench of sulfur fills the air. It's unmistakably the smoke of war. Something going down. Not that much. Some gone down here, and that was unfinished too. But what? But if that's true, bro, that would be. Again, I would write this game off as the best storytelling in my goddamn life, bro. Jeez. Yeah, I don't like that, but it's whatever. Verses from an unknown source, recording on a scroll. Bang! In the distance, something falls. The cup drowns the wine. Tears up dry out the sun. Everyone clings to the remaining days. The body speaks to its guest, who builds, also uses the same hand to destroy, to peel open the rock walls. The scar is a perfect circle, a death tied with a knot, thus the end. Only it remains, the wilderness. Everything emerges swimming in just like that. They talk about a bottomed sky. I'm supposed to read the wave of art. After the wave, what is left in its wake? We're not to the boss yet? Damn. I mean, dude, I can't get over that, by the way. It's gonna be stuck in my head every time I play this game. Also, we've run out of, this, good thing we have that, Dude, that's sick. Oh my god. The more I think about it, the more it's like, it's stuck to my brain. I don't know why. It just is. Anyways, The Wave of Art, Part 13.
Monk, when will they give us the order to attack?
Yes, this feels very familiar.
What's taking so long? The island is just across the bay. We have men, weapons, supplies, everything. Just give us order and we will take to shore.
Oh yeah, didn't they like... Oh yeah, because the coordinates of the island were like, you know, spilled out. They were like attacking. I don't know why still, by
Check
the way,
out
but
these
you
bad
know.
boys. Anti-Arcanum weapons courtesy of the American from that Walden place. That creep just doesn't sit right with me. He's got that Arcanus stink about him. But his technology's solid and we needed it. We've got to get ahead of the Serbs and the Greeks.
This army has been sought here for a long time, perhaps too long. The soldiers, scared and diminished by their failed landing, face days of uncertainty without orders, while politicians back her. They are left to heat their food meal by meal, watching their chances slip away.
Relax, Georgie. Leave the decisions to the big shots. I'm sure they'll just hug out the differences in the meeting room or something.
Sure, man.
Besides, you saw the monsters on that island. Can't speak for everyone here, but I don't want to die.
Screw the negotiations! Screw the committee! Like it or not, we were the first ones to find the island, not the Austrians or the Germans.
He grabs and picks up a monocle, back up, staring to catch another glimpse of the island across the waters. The sea is tranquil as it often is at this time of year. The water sprinkles under the golden sun, stretching to the horizon without an island in sight.
Damn, those Arcanists have gone into hiding again. I swear I could see it from here yesterday.
He blinks, unsure if his eyes are tricking him.
Are those bird-like creatures leaving in droves?
His words barely catch anyone's attention. A new poker game is underway on the supply crate. A radio, a couple of beers, and a game of poker. A rare moment of enjoyment. Who could ask for more?
Georgie, Braza, leave them be. Come, play with us. George?
The soldier doesn't not seem to hear his name. He glimpses the monocle tightly.
What a good opportunity this is. It's
his
too
mouth
good to pass
curling.
up. We've got to act now.
A drop of violet paint slides down his cheek and lands on the ground with a splatter.
We will claim what is ours. This island belongs to us. It's in our territory and we were the first to find it. Why shouldn't it be ours?
The card players pause, walking at the paint spreading down each other's face. Underwhelming, their own faces are melting as well. In the silence, the only sound that fills the air is the static of radio.
Germany demands Russia to stop mobilizing at once. Germany is mobilizing. France is mobilizing.
The street has turned into a canvas of mesmerizing hollows. The colorful paints swirl in bursts, creating one swirl after another. It's almost like the stage set of a twisted carnival.
Father! Mother! Albert! Ilsa! Open the door! It's important! You have to listen to me!
She pounds the door, but as soon as she makes the contact, the door softens and melts like butter. She trips through the door, but quickly recoils at the horror inside. The art and specimens once displayed in a
No, this can't be.
now resemble a jumble of spilled paint.
Albert?
Still with a glimmer of hope, she carefully calls out to her brother.
Clara, it's odd to see you so flustered. What's the matter?
The familiar voice begins
I'm headed to the business school. We'll talk when I get back.
Immediate relief to her heart. Albert picks up the hat and adjusts the brim. The pin on his hat, Virgo's shop, and white. Well, thank goodness. He seems to be fine. He's still the recognizable brother she remembers. The family pride in his sharp three-piece suit.
Business school? But didn't you swear to never go back? Ever since your human classmate shot your arm in a duel. Wait, what happened to your arm?
He turned around and Cornelia can finally see. Half of his suit is covered in colorless paint, trailing down his face and pouring at his feet. An arm of flowing colors is attached to his body like a mismatched puzzle piece.
Oh, Ethan. Yes, he wounded me.
He had to prove his standing to the Brotherhood. There was no other way. But that's in the past. He gave me his arm, so now we're even.
He raises his left hand to show her the blade. Sparks of blood are still on it. Carefully tosses it aside, letting it, the darkness, disappear into the swirls of Albert grabs his walking stick. His new arm swinging lifelessly at his side.
I have to go. I have to find Johnson, Raymond, and Herbert. That little rascal pushed Ilsa into the fountain. We have a score to settle. Take care, Clara.
He slides past her and hurls a carriage
Albert, don't go!
with triangles for wheels at the door. She runs to stop the carriage, but is unattached by her efforts like anything else in this place. A set of footsteps approach from behind.
The storm syndrome is spreading, Doctor. Stay any longer, you'll be infected too. Please, leave with me.
The trembling ground interrupts her. A mob of disfigured faces swarms throughout the street, singing the scrolls, singing in their own tongue. White pro wore letters to the ground, like snowflakes. The bird to a mildly. The city is bursting with delaying energy, like a swinging of carrots or a twirling of power cake.
The sign bell in the parade. Is that Aurora? I just met her at the coffee house last week. We were talking about her wedding.
Watch out, Doctor!
The sign crashes to the ground beside them. Rage-filled civilians are tearing the streets apart. Even the handles of the roadside branches are yelled off and made a weapon. A fearful protest consumes all who comes across it, forcing them to practice with no option to decline.
This is bad. They have lost their minds. This way, Doctor. We have to get out of here.
Right.
Dental checkup.
Fine.
Relax.
Oh. Pickle. You'd love to see that. What? No.
Wanna watch the aerial stuff?
No worries.
Right wing.
You can't tell me this is fun.
Thank you for your cooperation.
You're kidding! No. Wow. I can do this. Fine. Not. This. We'll do it.
Perfect argument.
And if that
Fine.
oh yeah.
Right wing.
So yeah. Dude. Yeah.
Whatever. Сколько
So that it
побед?
doesn't
The final demonstration. Even that.
Great.
Swallow my
This should activate her. So,
Welcome to the world of
position
wonder.
count for
You a rational number?
Serious. Okay, I don't know if he's a known, but like, we'll see. Let's attack. Yup, let's go. Did the right ones. Did it. Really nevers, but you know, actually did. I do.
Right way.
Let's go. Olivia.
They're much naughtier than the Foundation's kid.
This way, Doctor. We have to go back to your clinic. The Special Operations Squad will meet us there.
The young investigator holds the doctor's hand, determined to do her duty. The doctor halts her steps and drops her head, looking disengaged.
Marcus, you once said that there was another way to make things right. And then you did your part, as I did mine. But now, after all that's happened, please tell me, what's the point of us trying? Will we save them in time? Is there any chance that we can turn things around?
Struggles to hold back a sob. The roaring crowd fades into the distance, and the ring road of yesterday is now but a distant memory, never to be relived.
The ritual you acquired, the one you said could save everyone. Is it working now?
Let me in.
Oh, we're back here. The floor of the Place corridor has lost its clean, silvery ceiling. Marcus and his sobbing mother completely played a major role in the destruction. The guard used every cleaning orb in their inventory to restore even a hint of this original glory. Glory? A pair of angry feet stomp across the floor, ignoring their colleagues' attempts to stop them. Enigma adds more muddy footprints without hesitation. Keep forgetting.
I have just one question. Why hasn't the project stopped yet?
His outcry incurs a reaction. The door to the director's office swings open, and an angry figure storms out.
Adler Hoffman, you have been removed from the team. You're not authorized to be here. You have violated
the LSCC safety management regulations? I brought them with me. You're welcome.
He throws his hefty mineral right into the former leader's face.
If you cared about the regulations as much as you claim, you'd know that none of what's happening aligns with its guidelines. Even the head of Laplace has no authority to continue the experiment under these circumstances.
Before he could continue, his ex-leader sharply cuts him off.
Get out of my face, Adler. I don't have time for this. We're in a state of war. Every participant has signed an informed consent form. If you are not part of this project, please leave immediately. We only have 18 hours until the storm. This is it. The first time we've made such a breakthrough in all 9 storms. Your sister gave up her life to take us this far. I hope you don't need me to remind you that.
Adler Hoffman is abruptly silent, a former rage engulfs in his hasty eyes. A defining void engulfs the space of the realization His from
Yes, she made the ultimate sacrifice, hoping that it would lead to a breakthrough. But instead, death continues to rise. How can you let this go on?
Charges ahead, slamming Afra aside with his eyebrow. Outrage head slams against the wall, firmly shifting aside.
I demand to know why the experiment is still going!
He starts working on the padlock on the door. Nothing's going to stop him from breaking through today. The alarm goes off. Afra struggles to his feet. Against the wall, a hand up to his head.
Don't we have enough crazies around here? Madame Lucy has important things to do. She has no time for you. Go cry to your therapist, human.
Important? What could be possibly more important than this right now? What happened to the humanitarian ideals of the Foundation? Are we now under the tyranny of machines? What's this important thing she's got to do? Reading the paper? Sipping on oil and charging up in a 230-volt bath?
Cracks the crew. Afra's arms aside, Enigma forces his way into the room. The room is completely dark. Heck. A piston springs at his feet.
Is that you, Adler? Welcome.
What? What's going on? It's a lot going on.
Look.
You know what time it is. It's time for read. It's time for reading, buddies.
Okay.
7 years of bad luck. Look at this mirror, dude. There's a sustainable stain on it. It's broken. Yes, it is. Maybe its owner might meant to break it. It's so that the stain would be thoroughly removed. How now the stain is gone, and the owner has a collection of little mirrors. She must have accidentally left this one behind. Whose mirrors is this? A lady's, with a gentle admissions and an uncurious charm. A lady who wishes to make the rest of the world accept who she is, and has suggested to many others to join her way of thinking. Her brother in the 7th country hopes to be taken in his attempts to act like everyone else. He lost an arm in a duel. If you ask me, dear, I would say they're very alike, equally lonely. The brother and sister are a mirror image of each other. She's often replaced by the sight of him, unable to reconnect herself with all that he reminds her of. Now the brother has found his missing arm. With his long-lost dignity, the surgery that the sister had been hoping would be done on this world has finally started. But all of a sudden, she is terrified in the conclusion. As I said, despite their differences in approaches, the brother and sister are mirror images of one another. But now the mirror is broken. I hope she can find it. But now the mirror is broken. I hope she can make it through the 7 years of bad luck. Poor thing. There's no way around it. Is there any... Because I know they appear later, but... So... What? Okay. Okay. A sandstorm in a room. A tiny grain of sand slips into the eye, causing tears to well up in response. A sandstorm in a room, part 14. The piston reclines on the floor like a toy top.
I am not in a suitable form to receive a guest. Simone, can you put me back in my body?
First instant rushes over and puts her into a robot.
I feel much better. Thank you.
I forgot you have a face.
Oh, you have even put on a face for me. How sweet of you.
Oh, that makes sense. Sure.
I have noticed your icy gaze, Researcher Adler. You are yearning to correct the logic of this place. Well, I only said that to Simone out of courtesy. In reality, whichever body I am put into makes no difference to me.
Ill-timed explanation. And he was anonymously him even more. What?
The experiment, ma'am. Why hasn't it stopped?
That was not even English, by the way. Oh my god, the words that I don't know.
Are you going to pretend that nothing's happened? That no one died? Could it be that you and Ulrich, the awakened, being the tin cans you are, have no regard for actual lives?
Adler Hoffman, I will not warn you again.
Frisch storms back into the room with 2 guards, ready to throw him out any moment.
Relax, Adler. You are led by a biased opinion because you lack critical information. A common defect in all cognitive processes. I believe you will shift to a more rational perspective once you receive sufficient information on the subject.
A more rational perspective?
The human, known for his logical thinking, responds with an overwhelming amount of feeling.
We are humans, not machines. We are not expendable parts. I have plenty of reasons to question your decisions. Your excessive insistence on this experiment could be a sign of uncontrollable behavior, a trait commonly seen in arcanists.
The experiment has been cancelled everywhere. Except for this very room.
What?
The robot flashes a smile, as if tempting the man to be pleased with her response.
As you and Researcher Medicine Pocket have said, the ritual is beyond the limits of almost everyone here. The side effects will kill them before the ritual can even take effect. The first wave was inevitable. Dora had pressed send before she disintegrated. We only managed to halt the subsequent transmissions and evacuate the unaffiliated staff. We kept only a few arcanists on the team, and each has signed the consent form.
Imperial concept that bloody form again.
Forgive me, ma'am, but I have to use your argument against you. You too are guided by a biased opinion, an overly optimistic one. Because you have failed to properly assess the risks involved. We have suffered enough misfortunes just by uttering a few syllables of the incantation. We've talked about the limit of things before. You should know better and ask the rest of the team to quit the experiment. Your insistence will only bring calamity upon calamity on our people for nothing.
The researcher fights to stay calm, resulting his view he had already shouted in the hallway. Outridge begins to his retort, but the director simply nods in agreement.
You might be right. But how is being right going to help us?
Huh?
Apparently I lost connection. He grins, trying for a warm, gentle smile, but it comes across as nothing but Enigma. Despite that face, every time she turned to show a hint of humanity, it only served a highlight how different she was from everyone else.
You spoke of the limit. And I am surprised that it is you who brought it up.
Enigma pauses for a second, not sure if she's being specific or...
The physical appearance of humans has remained relatively unchanged since the Neolithic era, but their thoughts and civilization continued to evolve and underwent significant transformations. The achievements that humanity enjoys today were not given to the species by any one person with godlike powers, but were the result of the collective efforts of all human beings. Limits and boundaries must be pushed, or there would never have been room for development. There is no reason to believe that the limit cannot be challenged, especially when we already have the tools to do so. We must make progress happen.
Grandiose lies.
Lies?
Oh crap, he forgot about her intelligent hearing.
We have no choice but to go beyond that limit. If we do not break away from the storm, there is no future for us, let alone progress. We need to first determine all the side effects as a priority. This important step will help us compile data and eliminate the effects so our colleagues can use the ritual safely.
And who will try it this time, Madam Lucy? You're not going to test the side effects as the cost of lives, are you?
No. Thanks to Ulrich, we stumbled upon a breakthrough. You are right. It is time to send the other Arcanists home. Only the Awakened are needed here.
The Awakened?
The tungsten wires glow faintly, red in the dark. Then the room is lit.
The power is back, Mom. We are ready to resume.
It will take time to properly explain. Please wait, Adler. We have yet to reach an agreement.
What? Are you experimenting? Here?
Ignoring his surprise, Lucy sits down. Freaking read! Lucy sits down on the iron bench. Wires of various sizes are attached to her body. The assignment comes to life to the piston rhythm, forcefully recording every change in the robot. From her slightest movements to arcane frequencies, nothing goes untouched.
La Unwa.
Wait, she's reciting it?
Frozen in place by the steam, he looks around the room in
She's
disbelief.
read the reports, right? She was there when Dora broke into pieces.
Rarely does her back curl up like this. The unusual carefree expression on her face has changed to one of an uneasy suggestion that something is amiss. A hunk of metal should not feel pain, but have no flesh, no nerves. But if she is in agony, what could be the cause of such torment? Will she break apart too, like those people? The ominous curse has set its sights on its prey. It watches almost like Zeus on a mountaintop, ready to unleash lightning on the mortals who dare to steal fire.
No. Simone, I cannot continue.
The most primal, introduced fear. This is the first time I've ever heard her emotions pour out so raw.
You fools! Don't just stand there! Stop her! Now!
Panic and horror twist in his stomach as his inverted urge to rip out the wires to put an end to her torture.
Who's going to lead us if she also turns into a pile of scraps?
Stay where you are, Enigma.
Edrish's voice full of optimism comes from beyond.
You insisted on being here. You demanded to see this. Don't bring your pathetic, narrow-minded humanitarian values in here and tell us what to do. What do you know about us?
Simone.
You can do it, madam. This
Simone
is
leans
just part of
over
the established procedures.
Shut up.
Just a few more syllables, madam, and it will be over.
Established procedures.
Done auto. I hate when like it auto.
I like
I can't
that.
read it. That's it.
Seer Clo.
Alright. Back to, I think, here? Okay. Just a few more syllables, ma'am. It will be over. It will be over. For it rolls away a little as she repeats those words. Her eyes close, she focuses at the last words with gentle determination. With great determination. It is done. Clear, accurate, impenetrable read. Right at that moment, the lights in the lab go out.
Was that all, Simone?
Yes.
No one can see her face in the darkness, but Enigma believes it to be a smile.
Good.
A gust of sand rises in the room. Without warning and out of nowhere, it screams through the echoes. Enclosed darkness. The rising storm engulfs the robot cold metal body, carrying her away with great force. When the sand subsides, all that remains is an old piston clinging to the ground. Interesting. Alright. The prison or the pioneers? Get we what? Yeah. The pioneers. Even if there's no path, even if there's no destination. The Pioneers, Part 15. A deathly silence. Till Enigma stumbles back, nearly falling over.
Dead.
Another person in the room. The piston lies motionless on the ground.
This is what you wanted to show me?
Lifeless as any other object. His heart pounds in his ears as he pants.
To watch her utter a curse that's always brought death, only to die in vain? And you just let it happen?
Idris looks at him, his voice poisoned and steady.
Calm down.
Calm down. She's dead right there, you murderer.
We have already repeated this experiment many times.
Enigma is in disbelief.
Many times? What? You've sent people to their deaths over and over again?
The fluid flows again, forming a shape that Enigma can only introspect as this restraint.
Look at you, Adler, peeing your pants over a curse. The human boy is so scared that he forgot to ask the crucial question. Did the ritual work?
But what do you mean? The curse. The side effect killed her. The experiment failed. Is that not what happened?
No. Triggering the curse and failure are two separate things. I was the first one to recite the incantation, way before Dora. When I read it aloud, it worked. I felt the warmth of a miraculous blessing on my head. Soft, light as a feather. I told Madame Lucy right away, but as soon as she left the room, the curse hit me, and I began to liquefy. There was no one else in the room. My liquid form had become too insubstantial to push the help button. A long darkness followed. After that, I woke up again in my original primitive form, the way I first came into this world.
Original primitive form?
Fluid pushes switches on Etherish body's language is a nod.
Unlike humans, the awakened have neither flesh nor nerves. We are pieces of consciousness, echoes of a primordial melody that just happen to reside in material objects by chance. With a mind and a body combined, we could talk, learn, think like you do, and perform the experiment and endure the side effects. And this curse, for some reason, cannot affect the primal consciousness that caused our awakening in the first place. While human minds dissipate when their tangible bodies are destroyed, our minds reawaken regardless of the changes and destruction of our external bodies. Of course, this was an assumption based on idealized circumstances, and I needed another awakened being who could awaken in different bodies to confirm my theory. That is why I sought out Madame Lucy for cross-verification. The results?
Yes, it was an assumption. You said it yourself. You came back to life this time. But what about the next? Nothing is for sure in Arcanum. What if she never wakes up again? What if she dies for good?
He swats Enigma's hand away.
We know what we are doing, human. Stay out of this. Only the awakened can carry out the experiment. So we must proceed. This has nothing to do with race. It is a sense of duty that every researcher should have possessed when they chose this path. We have to go beyond the limit. Not out of madness, but out of rationality.
Silence fills the room, like the beginning of the time when there was no sound to be heard. Then slowly, the piston starts to spin.
We seem to have replicated effect number 2. and 117 of the Coleman Labs protective rituals were proven ineffective. Write it down, Simone. This is the 4th time we have seen it. Also, number 45 and 69 are related to it. We need to speed up. This is too slow.
The lights are back on again, and the piston is placed into a new body. Being prepared for all possible outcome results in a specific amount of metal material, but it is crucial for data collection and analysis. With a soft hum, the robot turns her head and looks at Enigma, surprised.
Adler, what are you doing here? I am glad to see you out of your room and working with us again.
No, he's not on the team, Mum. He forced his way in here.
Oh? My apologies. I seem to lose a small amount of data when I reawaken.
Interesting. Button. She smiles at him as he always does.
Still, I am glad that you are showing initiative, Adler. Were we supposed to talk?
No. We have nothing more to discuss, ma'am. Ulrich has filled me in on everything. But I still worry whether the experiment's risks were properly assessed.
Assessments will only be assessments. Much is beyond measure when it comes to Arcanum.
Okay.
Perhaps faith plays a more important role here.
Enigma is caught off guard by her words.
I'm surprised it is you talking about faith, ma'am.
It seems we both have the ability to surprise each other.
As they speak, the robot scrolls.
You are right. Assessments could indeed be useful to us.
Okay, get slap tack. Thank you. Scrolls over to her chair and sits back down.
It allows us to know the probabilities of success and failure based on established facts and past experience. But when we find ourselves in uncharted darkness, with no information or past experience to guide us, how...
Whoops. Did it again. They don't let me read the freaking sentence.
The only thing we have in such darkness is the unwavering faith to move forward.
She ponders and stares into the void. Perhaps the experiment did fry some circuits. She's more sustainable than usual. Of course, yeah. Cool.
When the first steam engine whistled, I awoke into this world. At the beginning of this new life, my circuits were charged with a singular primal desire to progress. In the midst of that never-ending whistle, I have watched man build the towers of science and knowledge, and I have watched them unleash chaos and destruction. You too have been lost and deterred, but your engines of progress have never stopped churning. Always move forward, no matter the destination you told yourselves. Until the storm brought everything to a standstill. But this is just a small setback. We are only back to the beginning where we stumble blindly.
What?
And this time, I happen to have a cane.
She gives him a tender smile.
No need to worry about me. I will not shut down as long as there is still hope for progress. We have wasted a bit of time on data recovery. Come, Simone. Let us begin the next experiment. I hope to dissolve into paste this time, so we can easily handle it with a Coleman's ritual of transformation.
The human researcher knows that it'd be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. Gritting his teeth, he moves towards the door, trying his best to leave the horrific
Seen
scene.
enough? We know what we are doing, and you are of no help here.
Someone is waiting for him at the door.
It's been the same old story in this place for the past 8 years. When your faith crumbled during the storm, it was us who took over the place and cleaned up after you. It was us who got things back up and running, put coals in the hearth, and blazed a trail when everyone was lost in the dark. I know you may not understand the intricacies of the Arcanum, but please, show some basic respect for our efforts.
Will you do the experiments yourself, Ulrich?
Of course. I am not some emotional, unhelpful little punk.
Instead of his usual guilty comeback, Enigma simply shakes his head in a slow motion.
Do you still remember Adams?
A sudden question that seems out of place. The fire fluid cradles the names as the name seems to underneath memories that have been buried for 8 long years. In the confluence of the
Adams, Roman, Adolf, Sylvia, Albert, Louise, those who were taken from us by the rain. Melvin, Francis, Caroline, Leopold. They volunteered for the field, but we never heard from them again. Now we have Dora, Richard, Dawkins, and Victor on the list. Life has a wicked sense of humor. My mentor, my classmates, my colleagues. Each of them deserved to live more than me. But they're all gone now. There's only me talking to you. Alive. Useless. Am I going to see your names on that list too, Ulrich?
In this rare moment, he lowers his head, but soon he raises his arm and slaps the man hard in the back.
Spare me the feelings, human. Though I will take back my sarcastic jabs at you, it is not something a leader should do. Madame Lucy talked to me about the importance of teamwork.
He awakeningly pats the human on the shoulder and triumphantly attempts at friendliness.
Go back to your room, Adler. The Arcanists will take over from here. Until we get the results, you won't be needed here.
Enigma heavies a breath.
I will say this, Ulrich. If you survive the experiments...
Alarmed by the opening words, Elfrish turns down his recover to avoid hearing anything to warm. That would be more painful than suffering through 100 experimental side effects.
I will submit the sincerest application to never be on the same team as you again. So neither of us will have to worry about teamwork. How's that sound?
A crave that almost resembles a smile appears on his face.
I will wait for that application, Adler.
Now roll up your sleeves and clear your mind. This is not the time to... If human reasoning and arcane knowledge are not enough on their own, Perhaps a collaboration of the two can solve this problem. The lab door is in shambles. This metal plate barely hangs on a wooden sign reading "Keep Out," so he's previously covered in bite marks and scratches. Enigma takes a moment before finally knocking on the door. A voice answers from within.
Adler Hoffman from the cryptography team. Is Medicine Pocket in? I heard that they wrote a paper on the linear correlation between the purity of an Arcanist bloodline and their power. Can I get some more details on the research?
The door cracks open to reveal a young full face, but she is not the genius she is looking for. The lab technicians looks at him, though more glasses are
The paper is here. Help yourself. Sorry about the stains on it. I just took it out of the trash. If you're looking for Medicine Pocket, I'm afraid they just left.
Left? To where?
There is a stable confidence on her face. She is still torn between covering from her colleague and following the rules. It is more than enough for him to catch on.
They left the building? Hasn't the countdown already begun?
Yes, and by regulations we are not to leave. But, they said their new theory had to be verified in the storm.
Ah. Alright. Side effects, defense, research progress report. 3. Immediate death, no other symptoms. 7. Sulu and foil. 11. 14. Hair modification. 5. 30. Dispersion of consciousness. 9. Fluid allergy. 4. 46. Yep. 47. Persistent serve dehydration. 1. 48. Perennial body shaking. 4. 57. Immediate embrittlement of the whole body. 6. 3. Unstable and unreliable. Reliable? 7. Avoid the ground and wear special footwear. 14. Shave head and observe further. 30. Call out loud. 46. Maintain a dry environment. Control water intake. 47. Cautious infestation. 48. Admire care as per the lab test animal stands. 57. Apply a solidified spell or wrap in cotton. To open the floodgates. Throw wide the gates. I might do like 2 more and then I might call it a day, honestly. But I don't know. I might do 2 more. To open the floodgates, part 16. The storm arrives in 17 hours.
Fresh air, green grass, the dew, the mud. This is what I'm talking about. A better world.
They kick the muddy ground with their boot in equity. The mud spills in the Foundation's staff member's jacket, but he remains personal and does not bat an eye.
Researcher Medicine Pocket, I must remind you that we are at the edge of the immunity zone to the storm. once we cross the line, we will not only catch the storm syndrome, but also be taken by the storm at the end of the countdown.
The entrance of the Foundation headquarters is blasting with personnel. As the storm approaches, a long line of field investigators has formed at the gate, waiting to pass through security. Medical Pocket groans. They spread their hands in frustration, clearly unhappy with how skilled the staff member is at avoiding confrontation.
I know that. How stupid do you think I am? Hey, isn't that Rudolph? The poor guy sent to Tunguska? Hey man, how was Siberia? Welcome back. Did you bring me any new research materials? Oh, you don't recognize me? You're breaking my heart. It's me, your best friend that you just met, Medicine Pocket.
Medicine Pocket's attempt to approach the line is quickly thrown. The staff member has to personally yank them back by their arms and legs.
Researcher, I must make clear that you only applied for 15 minutes outside for research purposes. Your countdown starts from the moment when you cross this line.
Okay, safety first, I know. Get off me, you're hurting my arms.
Medicine Pocket struggles desperately and finally manages to plant all 4 limbs back on the ground.
I'll bounce as soon as the storm syndrome hits. Even if I catch it, look at the syndromes of this era. Distorted faces, murderous intentions, obsession with war, rampage. What's got you so worried? They aren't that bad. Well, the melting faces part is kind of gross.
So you think? The staff member responds with a blank expression. Medicine Pocket struggles. They kneel down and open up a leather case. 1 week of more than enough for a genius like them to upgrade an old apparatus. This is the second version of the sampling device for ultranuclide R, boosting improved sensitivity compound to this.
I really wanted to test this in Vienna. Oh well, better than nothing. Alright, now, I'm gonna walk a little further from the immunity zone so the samples are easier to gather. The ideal distance is 1,500 kilometers, but, oh, don't worry, not gonna do that. Even I can't run that fast.
They hold the sampling device in their hands and step across the boundary. Behind them, the staff member starts his timer, a spectacle look on his face.
Now behold, the important moment. When I prove the dorks in Laplace wrong about asymmetrical nuclide R.
The room is as dark and as dusty as when Enigma last saw it, but to him it's a sanctuary. The towering piles of files and outdated equipment immediately closest him from the rest of the world. Finally, he is back in his fortress.
Now, hypothetically, if the storm research were to succeed, 2 things should have been done.
He scribbles quickly on a dusty whiteboard. Safety.
And to find out the safe way to use it, we have to...
Safe usage of the ritual for Arcanus. Mass production of the ritual for humans. Have power to wield it. Minimize the
This is
side
what Lucy was thinking. The Awakened met the casting requirements of the incantation, and Ulrich succeeded, while the other Arcanists did not feel the same miraculous blessing like he did. So as long as we eliminate the side effects, they'll be able to inscribe the incantation and mass produce it for the humans. One problem is, only the Awakened can carry out the experiments, and there's not many of them around. It'll take too long. There's no way to do this in 24 hours. Heck, it could take months or even years. There must be something else we can do.
But you are not an arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
Yes, that's right. Let's try a different approach. What if I start with the desired outcome and work backwards to the question?
Process the second step.
The quickest and most efficient way to save everyone is to make them qualified casters of the ritual. They won't even need protective equipment if we can do that. The challenge is, how do we qualify the casting requirements?
He looks at the papers on his desk.
Medicine Pocket's theory is correct, and there's enough data and supplementary experiments to back it up. The power of Arcanists is directly tied to the purity of their bloodline, which is associated with the special cells in their bodies. Using arcane skills reduces the activity of the cells, but the Picasma extract can reactivate them for extended casting. However, the extract only provides endurance, not power. It is physiologically impossible for a low-ranked arcanist to cast a high-ranked skill. That's the reality of it. If we were to compare the power of arcanists to household appliances, let's say their normal voltage is 230 volts, and if the storm immunity ritual were a high voltage source of 1,000 volts, no, millions of volts, like lightning, the household appliances would be destroyed in an instant.
He is used to simplifying complicated arcane jargon into reasonable explanations for practical appliances.
As for the humans, they're not even in the picture. We cannot cast to begin with, and I personally didn't feel any blessing or curse when I recited half of the incantations that day.
He falls back into his chair, rumbling at his temple. The researcher struggles against his defeat, this mindset, but the hopelessness is hard to ignore.
Think, how can I get everyone to meet the casting requirements of the ritual? Forget what's theoretically impossible. The Arcanum never gave a damn about certainties. I've been reminded plenty that logic does not apply to things like this.
Ridge pushes the papers aside and pulls a book of Arcanum from the mountains of clutter.
What about shortcuts? Are there records of transcendental rites, significant celestial events, sacrificial offerings, or even Numa emanating ingredients that could boost the user's casting abilities? Wait, Numa emanating?
A thought flashes across his head.
Where have I seen that word before?
He rushes to the bookshelf and starts rummaging through the dusty volumes.
It was in the files Ulrich told me to read. The Timekeeper's report from the Aegean Sea. Those islanders call the storm the Emanation. Why? The Emanation. Emanation. Just what is emanating out?
The door swings open with a loud bang, causing him to jump in surprise. The towering stack of books next to the door tremble over as if snagged by an invisible force. Then he hears a familiar sound, shuffling footsteps from the hallway outside, sticky and wet.
What the? Dawkins, I hope you know this is not the time to catch up. That is if you're able to talk at all. No! Let go! I've just come up with an idea! Leave me alone!
He brushes himself against the desk, turning against being thrown out of the room. He turns across, stretching his fingers until he finally reaches the red button.
Somebody! Help!
God, you these guys again. Yep. The mud people. Yeah. The mud
Fine,
people.
no worries. A little trick.
Thank you for your cooperation. Stop.
Yeah.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Not gonna do that. She stays.
Isn't that? Oh.
Yeah, I thought so.
Congratulations.
Freaking
Haven't you eaten?
Let's do. Find that. Get rid
A
of.
perfect argument.
Fine.
4 is a bubble. Oh.
Didn't know if it. We can
Wanna
do
watch
that.
the air?
It could be found.
Fine.
Goodbye.
Don't blink.
Is
Intersect and divide.
heck.
Victory. Okay.
You're not really here for revenge. And it wasn't you who pushed away the books and opened the door. The invisible ghost. Victor, did you do that?
The colorless, muddy gingerbread man nods, hurriedly declines. Beside him, a whiteboard marker in the air begins to write on the wall. It's me. Then the marker turns its tip and points at the door. Enigma Enigma does his figured suggestions and walks out of into the hallway. Outside, people are talking and laughing with genuine joy in their feet.
Researcher Adler!
A figure in a shiny uniform suddenly stops nearby. Enigma recognizes her as the unfriendable colleague who works with Menace Pocket.
What happened? Any progress?
Yes, researcher Medicine Pocket has proved their theory right. They have successfully found the asymmetrical nuclide R in the air before the storm, even if only a trace.
What did you say?
They came up with the idea because the nuclide was initially found in the raindrop samples of the storm. They deduced it also exists in the air before the storm occurs, like the water droplets in the atmosphere before rain. So now, we can extract it directly from the air, without waiting for the timekeeper to bring the raindrops to us. This will help us a lot in the mass production of the protective gear.
She tails off as she notices the look on her face, or on his face.
The emanation. Asymmetrical nuclide R. She was right. The ritual works. Any arcanist can use it. And the solution was right in front of us. I didn't need to boost the caster's abilities. With the right setup and materials, the world before the storm is already an enormous stage for performing the ritual. It's like a charged pylon just needing a cable.
Mr. Adler?
The man slips past her and starts running towards the other end of the corridor.
Thank you, Miss Whoever, and thanks for letting me know, Dawkins and Victor.
The technician looks around but sees no one. Nearby, a muddy head and a floating pen emerges from the door. She shrieks. Enigma makes his way
It's me, Ulrich. Let me in. I need to see Madame Lucy. Tell her I found a way to transcend the limit.
Begging again. Second generation asymmetrical nuclide R sampling device test report. When the Guardian found Medicine Pocket outside the safety zone, they were crawling on all fours, frequently shouting that their hypothesis was correct. After confirming that they were not infected with the Storm Syndrome, but rather that it was merely a part of their personality, they were brought back by the Guardian. This experiment proved that the outside air before the storm contains a large amount of asymmetrical nuclide R, and the performance of the second generation sampling device was fully verified, confirming its ability to accurately record the connection changes of asymmetrical nuclide R in the air per minute. This is a lot of R. Can we use it? Medicine Pocket just over-exaggerated. Same as always. A person who transmitted the syndrome. Okay, so this is the last one we're gonna do, and then we're gonna call it quits there because I'm getting tired in my brain. The Storm Speech. At the very least, we all know now have a better understanding of how home clients work. The Storm Speech. Or forgot to report them.
We don't have time. I'll spare you the technicalities and explain it straight.
He pops off the marker caps and draws a few lines on the board, measuring conference with every stroke.
Our biggest problem is the limit of the bloodline. Low-rank arcanists can't command high-rank arcane rituals, similar to how household appliances can't withstand what's beyond their designated voltage. In most cases, the caster can only use their own arcane circuits that run through their inherited bloodline. But what if the caster were in a special electric field? What if we used existing circuits on the outside and put the caster into a greater circuit? What if we factored in the entire planet and used the atmosphere to split the current flowing through us by adding more appliances to the circuit?
Don't be ridiculous, Adler. We are not household appliances.
The fire fluid flows, questioning the promises of Enigma's proposal.
Hold on, let me finish.
Lucy listens without a word, giving him the courage to go on. He draws a big circle next
24 hours before the storm, the entire world is charged with abundant arcane energy. It becomes a space emanating pneuma, a cloud ready to discharge, a special electric field.
Next to the little person on the board.
Look at asymmetrical nuclide R. The key to the storm immunity was inside the storm all along. And look at how the Mandragora is the antidote to its own poison. The solution can be hidden in the question itself. The arcane energy a caster inherently lacks can be borrowed from the surroundings during the storm. We just need a way to induct that energy. And Laplace happens to have all the data for the calculations. The observation systems we've built over the past 8 years have not been in vain. First, we derive a formula to determine the pneuma needed from the storm based on the Arcanist lineage. Then, we'll design a converter to transform the external pneuma into what they can use. They will no longer be bound by their limits. With just one calculation and one conversion, we can turn anyone into a capable caster.
He extremely stretches out his arms and ends his epic monologue. It is a good thing that emotions can't be read, but awkward being faces.
I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to you. What are you saying, Adler? You made up a confusing story, then drew conclusions from it.
The second part is purely theoretical, I admit. But the basis of my theory is correct, and I have read Medicine Pocket's paper.
But Arcanum is not electricity! You're too caught up in your excitement to remember the basics. You know nothing about Arcanum.
It's still a form of energy, yes? No one here knows what the storm is, but we do know that it's a massive arcane energy field. We can harness it, much like Arcanists use arrays to amplify their incantations.
I see what Researcher Adler is trying to say. A creative solution indeed.
The director gets up from her chair and intervenes.
But ma'am...
Do not worry, Ulrich. I also have noticed that humans could be smart and stupid at the same time. Perhaps that is why they need to have their work peer-reviewed.
Thanks?
You know, it's perhaps that her recently improved interpersonality skills have come in handy.
There is a type of electrophotography invented by Semyon Kurlion and his wife Valentina Kurlion in 1939 that depicts the energy field surrounding an object or body. It was later used by Laplace as a method of measuring arcane power, notably for the storm observation systems. Through it, we are able to capture and measure the arcane light or aura that is invisible to the naked eye.
Wasting no more time in meditation, the robot comes to a conclusion.
The plan of Researcher Adler is feasible. Laplace also has the technology to support it. We have the storm observation stations, the capable casters, and the best mathematicians. Ulrich, please ask Miss Tider to lead the calculations, then experiment outside the safe zone and record the pneuma constant needed for casting the incantation. And do not give the incantation to anyone. I doubt they can resist trying it.
The fish lets out a remote home and leaves the room as
Simone, please contact Researcher X. His balancing helmet could be the prototype for our converter. That helmet balances the energy field in and out of our bodies, and was once used to protect researchers working with dangerous arcane skills. We could boost its power and use it as a substitute for Adler's converter. But we should postpone their testing request until we have completed our experiments on the side effects.
Her assistant gives a quick nod and begins drafting the notice. The tasks are quickly assigned to the right people in less than a minute. Only one person seems to have been left out.
What about me, ma'am? Should I go with the calculations team or help with the converter?
He takes out a step forward, curious about his role in this endeavor.
Right. I wanted to talk about that. You have proven to us the value of human thoughts and perspectives. I am glad that your struggles with the bottle did not damage your brain, Adler. I am confident that your discoveries will save many lives in the storm once implemented.
The bottle? But it's been 7 years.
She just keeps on smiling.
But you overlooked one thing in your plan. What about your people? The humans, who can never cast incantations.
Inept question.
They were not included in the plan. I just came up with something that took the least steps to reach the desired outcome. To save humans, they'll have to rely on equipment. Only when we have better control over the ritual can we store it on arcane devices for mass production.
Then you should go perfect it.
Huh? We only have 16 hours and 30 minutes until the storm. There's not enough time to...
The feasible part of your plan is in motion, and all of Laplace will provide the help we need. We will make it work. As for yourself, perfect your plan so we can save everyone, including the humans. And we only have 16 hours and 30 minutes to find a solution.
The directions are given, clear and precise, with no room of growth.
Understood. I will think of something. You're right about this one.
Turns and walks away with long but purposeful strides. Behind Lucy, Simone has finished drafting.
There was no way he overlooked his own race. Yet, he still gave up his own people and brought this plan to us. Were we too hard on him?
Were we?
Turns unconcernedly and sits back on her chair.
But I made the right decision.
The interritual line rings. The assistant puts down the list of side effects and grabs the phone.
Yes. Yes. We will provide the tech support.
She ends the call with a grave expression on her face.
It was Xeno, Mom. They lost contact with Team Timekeeper 3 hours ago. They're asking us for tech support. They have to make contact with the island immediately.
Or happened. The mind sinks and floats in an ocean of... A piece of draft wood would be well timed.
Don't worry, Sophia. It is just a game. I won't be in there for long. You can wait for me on the beach if you want, okay?
The wood disposes...
No! 37! Don't!
Flashbang. The game, I didn't need to, white light on my eyes. I'm already tired, but wakes up from a cold piece of rock. Was on there? No. They don't really tell you about the warning. Flash of light. Holy, I'm not half tired. Freaking A, man. Alright. An unconventional application of the storm immunity. Inform all departments the experiment has made new progress. We will use the Atherscope asymmetrical nuclide R to complete the storm immunity incantation for universal application. All personnel with computer programming experience and no specific duties should immediately assist Miss John Tudor. Also, if anyone sees Researcher X, inform him to stop slacking off immediately. We need his invitations. A ritual using Arcanum to steal electricity? Typical human thinking. It was suggested by Edward. His first real work in 8 years. God bless Franklin. we're just gonna read this real quick and then we're gonna end. Included record number 832. After a monotone concentric noise, a response comes from the other end of the line. Regarding Zero Zeno's request for assistance of establishing a direct communication line with the Timekeeper, we hope to understand the details in the abstract. Constant of the connection is a military secret. I can't disengage the details. The specific corresponding center needs to understand the purpose of Zero's government of connection to judge whatever it is worth driving manpower to build a devoted line. Zeno's purpose is a military secret. I can't disengage the details, or disavow the details. Next, I will ask some simple questions. If you continue to answer with "I can't disclose the details," I will take it as a sign of admission. Do you understand? I am not admired the question to answer that question. Very well. Then is Zeno preparing for a military operation against the Menace Dictate? There you go. You can always butcher that. Anyways, and therefore needs to establish connection with the Timekeeper. For this purpose, I can't disclose the details. Good. The operation will ensure the Timekeeper's safety then, won't it? I can't disavow the details. This is unconventional operation, isn't it? I can't disavow the details. The operation is most likely inspired by the Fox security. Correct? We are soldiers. Soldiers act in orders, miss. Zeno then hangs up the call. That's where I'm gonna end. Numbers in everything. We'll probably continue this maybe next week. Probably because I still need to do some grinding to do. Because you still see that I'm taking a lot of damage. And, you know, that's always fun. Man, I love taking so much damage. My favorite. Level 3. The next time, also if, you know, you haven't, I didn't need to do that, whoops. I feel like we're almost at the end of here. We have like a inner chapters thingy here, and then we're almost catched up to the whole story. Hopefully. We've learned a lot today about what's going on. I think we learned more about Arcana, maybe, don't know, it could be 37's mother that went out to the world and yada yada yada. You probably heard me yap about that section of the, you know, the live stream. We've learned that stuff about the storm immunity thingamajig they're researching about. Yeah, and then of the curse thingamajig spell arcane skill, and that Adler found a breakthrough of it. I mean, pretty cool. We've gone through 1, 2, 7, well, not 7, but 6 chapters of this game. Most of it I didn't even show because I think I started like here. I didn't even show these 4, by the way. Maybe, I don't remember. So I don't think I started streaming this game until like I got to maybe chapter 4 or chapter 5. I don't remember. Because I was thinking of like making a new account when you know, I was like, oh yeah, you know, maybe I should stream. But then realized, damn, it is hard to, you know, grind this game a lot. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna leave that for not future me to deal with. But yeah, I mean, it's been fun. You know, my reading skills are still terrible. You know, things don't ever change, do they? But yeah, I mean, so far, story has been cooking. Don't know what I will stream tomorrow. As probably know, I am out of school, so I have spring break. So that means you get longer streams and no more of, you know, 2-hour streams on, you know, Saturdays. You get more time with me. Yay! So I mean, I was thinking of maybe like doing the old schedule that I used to have, like every stream every like other day, but I was like, nah. Because one, it would probably take too much pressure on me, but also, you know, I have other things to deal with that have more of an importance. And those things being, you know, I have problems. But yeah, maybe next week I'll continue this story. Now, I was thinking of maybe doing Zenless on Zero because yes, they have, you know, 2 stories that they are probably, you know, still waiting. I'm waiting until they release at least maybe 1 more. Now, I did see that they maybe are doing that. Honestly, we'll be there. The reason why I'm doing that is because one, I don't want to wait until like the story comes out when I finish, well, in air quotation, finish the story. Because with most games, it's like you wait for something. It's like, what is? Because I hate cliffhangers. 2 is just like, I don't want to wait until like probably a couple of months or a year to, you know, finally continue the story. Yeah, I mean, it is it's something like that. But I mean, it's always because like I always want to like stream the game. It's also because like I want to stream the game more than just like, oh, I finished the story in, you know, 1 hour or so. So like, you know, I want to at least stream the game for a couple of while, and then, you know, if it ends, it ends, you know. But I mean, yeah. So I mean, this would be the end of this stream. To get more hours on it. I mean, I don't know. Again, this is a suggestion, but like, I don't know if I will stream every weekend, starting from Friday. Because again, Friday is like one-off thing. I know it says like in Friday it was like 9 or 7 or something like that. I don't know if I will always stream. Again, my ultimate goal is just to stream every 2 days of every week, and so every 2 streams every end of the week. And that's just, you know, my gist of that. But I do hope everybody enjoyed this epic journey of Verse 1999. Probably the best storytelling of my life. Yep, but I mean, so far it's been okay. I mean, a lot of, you know, wow moments, I would say. I do appreciate everybody lurking, everybody, you know, here today, you know, to play this game. Honestly, I didn't even think, you know, I would be streaming this game a lot, but now here I am, doing such things. I'm addicted to this game. a lot. I mean, I would probably say, well, I think no, because I started this game day one, I believe. I don't remember actually, and I don't know if I played this game day one. I think I played it when it released. Yeah, I played it when it released, and then I had this period. Sounds wrong. I had this time period where it's like I stopped playing it for a while because I think I was playing other games that required more of my attention. AKA, they needed more grinding. I think I was playing like Honkai Star Rail at that time when it came out. Then I stopped playing it because it also was grindy AF. Just like another game I know of. But I mean, yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of updates to other games like Honkai, Genshin has a lot of updates. All sorts of games like that have updates. I mean, they look cool, but it's just the thing is, like, one, they take up too much space on my my laptop. Yes, I stream on a laptop. Welcome to my world. But yeah, and also it's like I would have to grind the game a lot, and I don't think I have the attention to do that. And it's like I have other games to grind. It's weird, but what I would say, if once potentially the story ends for maybe these games that I'm playing, or at some point where I decide to, like, you know what, let's just make this go on for a while and then we'll play for it. I'll probably like download the games again and then probably play those things, because I'm like, on Honkai, I think I'm like maybe chapter-ish? I don't know. I'm still in that, like, I don't know what it's called. I think it's the second world you go in? I don't remember. I don't know. I think it's after the frozen planet. Like the frozen one. The one that you start with Bronya and the Sealy. Pretty sure, yeah, it's after that one. And I'm pretty sure like they added like 2 more worlds, which sick. And as for Genshin, I don't know. I think they added like 3 more worlds. Or no, I think it's 1 actually. I don't know, man. I think it's 2 also, but I don't know, man. But yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying these games for a while now. Like, they give great storytelling. I'm just saying, man. The storytelling is just to put it out there, peak. And I appreciate what these, developers put their heart and soul into video games, and a little gambling here, but we pretend that doesn't happen. But yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, it's chill. But I mean, tomorrow I might stream finals. I don't. But honestly, ever since the miniguns, I've slowly lost my interest for the finals. No strays to Embark, but they try to make the game to what their vision is, but it's just like it doesn't hit the mark as I think it would. Like, I love the game like ever since like maybe season 3-ish. I would say season 3 is where it started dying down for me, honestly. Since season 4, honestly, it's just like it's been my attention to like ever maybe caring for the game has been going down because it's just like if the game has a meta that it goes for, then everybody's gonna use that meta. You know what I mean? So like, let's say I don't know, heavies and mediums are good with each other. The people are more likely to use that comp more than ever. And it's like I feel like the game is built for like you have to have like people like in your party like communicate and all that stuff. It's not a game that you could like just pick up and be like, okay, yeah, I can rely on teammates to obviously carry me. Well, that doesn't happen. I'll say this is that sometimes I get teammates that are kinda questionable, but like, I mean, I would sometimes blame myself for something that I do, but it do be like that. But I mean, it's like, that game is built for communicating with people, and it's like, one, I don't activate voice chats in those types of games, shooter games and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's something like that. I don't know. The one feedback I would give Embark really is that maybe like adding a separate. Well, they do have separate modes. It's just that I feel like less chaotic, but still have that destruction environment thing. You know what I mean? Like, maybe have a mode where you don't have specializations, or you have one gadget, or you have like, I don't know, something like that. I don't know, like something less chaotic, honestly, because like power shift still people cheesing that every day of the week. Quick cash is just the same as World Tour, and then Team Deathmatch is alright. I mean, it's not that bad. And then I don't even want to talk about freaking terminal attack. You already know how bad that is. But yeah, I mean, I'd say like, I don't know, something along those lines. But I don't know. Honestly, I think like, yeah, ever since season 3, it's just been dying. But anyways, of that complaining and ranting about the finals and what the future might hold, but it's only one way to find out. We're gonna rate somebody before I start yapping again. Keep talking. What? Keep talking. But yeah, I mean, it's right. General opinions about video games that probably don't matter, but I like blabbering about it. Because I will say this is that Finals is definitely a game not for everybody. I'll say that much. It's like if you're, I would say if you're like maybe like a. I don't know, because like I don't know what you would compare the finals to be. I guess maybe Apex, but like I don't know. Would you compare Apex to finals? I don't think so. But whatever. Anyways, we're gonna raid our buddy Button because he's a funny guy with funny personalities. And if you didn't watch him play in the last time in his stream, Marvel Rivals, it was fun time. Fun time and met so much people. But anywho, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I hope everybody has a good rest of their day. Bye bye.